Hello, everybody, and welcome to Roll Advantage. My name is Joe, and boy, it's great to have you here. I guess look at what we got going on around us right now. We have a little bit of a new overlay, which I just informed the players about too. Just to kind of try out some new things, maybe take away, strip away some of the things that made the other overlay really flashy and complex and just strip down to the simple parts, just, I don't know, trying different things. Seeing what works best, but no reason to dally or delay. Let's go ahead and roll the intro and just dive right into tonight's episode of The Isles of Iverion. All right, hello everybody, and we are returned. So let's go ahead and pick up where we left off last time. So before we dive into tonight's session, of course, we have to have the events of the previous session summarized. But as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, that's not something I do, because that's nerd work. I do cool stuff. I don't do nerd shit over here. So I have my players do the nerd stuff. So who's in charge of the summary this week? Tis Gemma. Alrighty, Gemma, whenever you're ready, feel free to summarize away.
Yes. So we start in the morning with all of us coming down to talk to child-centered Hunt. And he has a little table with food laid out and wanting us to eat, but all of us are like, bad vibes. And so we just get into it. Nalfian talking about our own understanding of what happened the previous night and making the case for Nigel's innocence given that he's quote-unquote cured. But Draven does this whole metaphor about how an infection cannot be simply cut away, offering Nalfian then Twig and Apple, which had a molded side that he did cut off. But it was eventually Eurydice that grabbed it and ate it, so his point couldn't be proven. But the apple was absolutely disgusting, Eurydice barely being able to stomach it, which, if anything, only supported his argument more. He stays with his stance that Nigel's death would be necessary in combating the Dark One, but offers the opportunity for the party to prove him wrong, for us to find Nigel, to bring him back to Draven, and to show that he is truly healed from this curse. But before he lets us do so, he pulls Nalfian in close and reveals that he does know that Nalfian is a Vanir, and that if it wasn't for the stories of what happened in Highland Pass, that he would have struck him down already. And so that, with that lovely note, we head out through the thick jungle to follow the tracks from the barn Nigel fled from. And Lucky in bird form is able to point out a camp of the Children of the Flame that was attacked, with marks there clearly showing that it was by several quote-unquote wolves. But in the midst of our little investigation, we are ambushed by several of the werewolf shifters and are shot at by others from Parado's little army that have rifles. And late in the fight, we are also joined by Nigel, who, even though he is human, is quite feral, obviously, as remnants from the curse. So once the fighting is over, we have the realization that Lila had gotten infected by one of the wolves. Her eyes now that same gold that they all have. But Nigel does say that the wolfiness takes time to set in, and so she shouldn't have any of those effects yet, and especially not a beard.
Is that a medical term? Wolfiness?
Yeah, it's very medical. You wouldn't understand. So Nigel explains what happened when he's left, that he came across Parado and the other wolves, as well as the children's camp, and says he knew of the attack on it when he heard shots again. He came and, well, found us. He also expresses that he feels too tied to his new powers that he's got from the curse, and knowing that he does have control of them and is no longer under Parado's influence, he refuses to get cured, instead wanting to leave, initially just to White Harbour, which Twig rejects on the grounds of it being her home, but ultimately agrees to leaving Iverion itself. And so the party heads on back to Draven with a severed head from one of the other wolves to have proof that they had found Nigel and that he couldn't be saved and is now dead. So everything is fine, definitely fine. And the hopes is that that lie would stop us from making a very powerful enemy. But Draven also does mention that he is going to call for more men from Bromsgrove to enter Iverion to deal with this infection. And so to avoid any further contact, and especially since Lila is now infected herself, the party travels through the night to get to Wheat Hill, arriving there at the literal break of dawn, and ready for Eurydice to face her literal and metaphorical demons.
Yes, wonderful. That is exactly correct. So we'll go ahead and pick up right there. As all of you arrive, there was a small holdup at the gates as one of the guards here, one of the actual guards of the city of Wheat Hill, denied you entrance. But then, as the dawn broke, one of the children of the flame instructed him to open the gate, as it seems as though these individuals ride in with the dawn. And with that, the gates are opened, and you can see that as the sun begins to rise, the city of Wheat Hill around you begins to come to life, almost like clockwork. As soon as the sun begins to crest over the ridge in the west, or in the east, I mean, you can see as it rises, it just begins to flood all over the city, and people begin to move. As you see the bustling, rather developed city of Wheat Hill around you. Now, Eurydice, there are a lot of conflicting feelings being here, needless to say. So, just for clarification, in this moment, you are disguised with black hair looking like an older version of Twig, right? That was what we agreed on?
Yeah, like the story was kind of that she's Twig's mom, so that's what she looks like, older version of Twig.
Okay, got it. So, with that, you begin to make your way through the town, and I'm assuming that the first place you're headed towards is the Merchant's Last Coin, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. So, with that, you make your way into the town, and Eurydice, you know this town very, very, very well. So, with that, you make your way through the large city streets until eventually you arrive at the Merchant's Last Coin. As you enter into the humble tavern, still fairly large, seeming though for the size of the city, something big enough to accommodate many travelers, as the city of Wheat Hill used to. Upon entering, you can see that in an early morning like this, the only people that are really moving and stirring are people that probably live here and work here. The typical traders or merchants or travelers that would be in a city this size are seemingly going out of their way to avoid it. As you enter, you can see that, same as what you got in the town of Riverbend and Midglen, how there was almost not necessarily a desperate nature, but on the innkeeper or owner of the inn, they are very excited at the sight of people. So as you enter, you can hear the sounds of the city fade behind you, as there is just a little bit of activity happening inside the tavern. Maybe a few people eating breakfast. There is what seems to be a musician off in the corner, strumming away at some very simple, peaceful notes. But you can tell that anybody in this tavern, there are just these huge bags under their eyes as they're just sort of like mindlessly trying to eat their food. The innkeeper on the other side of the room, white, very clean apron, seemingly a halfling woman, graying hair, sort of in this big loose braid that comes around her side all the way down to about her hip. She comes around the table and sort of looking up at all of you and says, "Oh, hello there, and welcome to the Merchant's Last Coin. My name is Ysolda. It's great to meet you. Tell me, are you looking for rooms for a night or two? Hopefully. You look a little wary."
Yeah, we're pretty exhausted.
Great. Oh, not
definitely
not
at
great that
least-
you're exhausted, but wonderful to have guests
I understood what you meant. Definitely at least one night. Let's start there, and then we'll add on as we go. Is that all right?
Of course. How many rooms?
I think we just need two, right?
Two. All right. What do you say to 5 silver for the 2 rooms for one night?
Perfect. And she'll hand over 5 silver.
Thank you. And I didn't catch your name, sweetheart.
Oh, Lila Tatiana. So you can just keep that name on my tab. So.
Tiana?
Hmm.
As in the college?
That is correct.
Did they finally send someone? And you can see her kind of like light up just immediately at the mention of that name.
It depends. I mean, I was set off on a mission, but what do you mean in particular?
Well-
There's a lot of different people coming from the college, so.
Well, you see, the past maybe year or two, most recently, it's gotten very bad in the past 4 or 5 months. But people have been having fairly strange nightmares. Rather, and you can see her kind of like look around and kind of lower her voice a little bit. Rather vivid nightmares. And for about the past 2.5 months, we've been sending letters back and forth to the college trying to get someone to come and investigate of any kind, assuming that it must be magical. Most times when nightmares are so similar and so widespread, it's not a normal thing. So we thought, we sent someone, and obviously, Tatiana, I know that name. Many people know that name, one of the headmasters of the college, and a very well-respected name, I might say. So I kind of hoping
Yes,
that you're here to help.
Yes, I did get word of that, and I am starting research on it. I'm not sure if I can solve everything right away, but I'm happy to bring all my findings back to the college, which is where we'll be going next after
course.
here. But I would do ask if you can keep this a little bit on the more quiet side.
Yes,
Just
of
because
course.
not everyone wants a Tatiana poking their noses everywhere, so I don't want to fly it around everywhere.
Of course, especially the white cloaks. I couldn't imagine if you try and...
You got it. And she's gonna give her a wink.
Okay, yeah. And she's going to say, any food you want, anything you need, on the house. My honor.
That's not necessary. I'm happy to give all the help I can, okay?
And you can see for a moment she's going to push you on it, but then she looks around at her patronage and says, all right.
Yeah. And
Well-
thank you so much, but we are very tired, so I just think we need to crash for a moment and then we'll get started working right away, okay?
Yes. Your room's on the 2nd floor. Here, let me go grab your keys and I'll bring them right out to you.
Thank you. And she's gonna turn around and look at everyone and kind of give like one of those sad, like, I couldn't help it shrugs.
Yeah, as soon as the woman recognized her name, Nalfian just kind of winced just a little bit, because we weren't supposed to pull attention to ourselves, but inevitable it was gonna happen. But he'll just kind of give her an understanding nod.
We are here to help, so you weren't lying.
Yeah.
That is-
And just this poor town.
And you can see as you enter, waiting for Ysolda to come back, you can see Blossom kind of looking around. She's going to kind of lean over towards you, Nalfian, and say, now, I think that Alistair was supposed to be here already, right? I mean...
That's true. And Nalfian just kind of like remembering that, just gonna glance around.
Yeah.
Does he see him anywhere?
Not anywhere right here. No, not at least in the immediate area. Not in the common room.
We can always ask if a friend is checked in when she gets back.
It might not be a bad idea.
Does there look like there's any white cloaks in here?
In here?
Particular, or
No. Most of them,
Okay.
especially early in the morning, you could see them as you were coming in patrolling the streets. And it was always like 3 white cloaks and 1 guard of Wheat Hill. Like it was always, they were always outnumbered. And yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Nalfin's gonna kind of like keep an eye on the door until the halfling woman comes back.
Okay. Yep. So eventually, a couple minutes later, she does come back. She has 2 keys in her hands and hands those both to you, Lila. Says, "All right. Well, there are your keys. Like I said, first 2 rooms on the left on the 2nd floor. If you'll be needing anything else,
Excuse
don't
me.
hesitate to ask." Oh yes. Young master, how may I help?
Apologize for interrupting.
No, you're
But-
fine. You're fine.
We are. A friend of ours was also supposed to be heading through
Mm-hmm.
town. A young man by the name of Alistair. Does
Oh,
that ring
the
any bells?
performer. Yes. He managed to just get in sometime yesterday afternoon after drinking a bit and sleeping a bit. He gave a couple of very nice performances last night. It was nice to have a little bit more of a jovial nature in the tavern. I will say, he did stay up quite late, and he did drink quite a lot. So,
Sounds about right. Do you have a room number that we could possibly have?
yes, it's on the 3rd floor, last door on the right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right,
And
thank you so much for your help.
Of course.
And then let's go to bed.
Yeah, listen.
Alrighty. So, with that, you all make your way up the stairs to the 2nd floor. First 2 rooms on the left. Keys unlock. You head inside. So all of you can sit inside one room and start to chit-chat and talk now, or you can wait a bit and sleep first. It's entirely up to you.
Yuri wants to go straight to bed.
Yeah, Nelf will probably insist that Twig goes to bed. And then we can all just get back together in the morning. She's probably already knocked out, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Twig was
Just
sleeping
carried
on
her
the
in
horse
her.
as they're
She's
going, so I
fine.
think Twig, if anyone, is fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if you take
But she'll
the
respect that everyone's asleep, though.
yeah, so if you take then the 6 hours to sleep, it'll be about noon by the time that you're ready to start up and moving and talking about things.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's
So
fine.
shut the blinds, shut the curtains in your room, give yourself a little bit of darkness. Sleep for a bit. Is a little restless, and it is very uncomfortable. In fact, throughout your rest, because this is only your first night in Wheat Hill, you are able to get a full rest, but you know the longer you stay here, the harder it's going to be to get that rest, as several times you are awoken by a nightmare, and as soon as you wake up, it is gone in an instant, not even knowing why you were afraid in the first place. So you try and fall back asleep, and you do, but each one of you are woken up about 3, maybe 4 times. Even for Nalfian and Eurydice in your trances, the same thing. You're snapped out of it just by a sense of falling, a crushing sensation, a fear, just anything and everything that could cause you to be startled and to awake. It happens. But eventually, after the 6 hours, you all wake up. You feel, while a little shaken, you are rested. So if you haven't yet, go ahead and make sure you take a long rest on VTT or D&D Beyond.
I think because we leveled up, I think everyone already did that probably, right?
Okay. Yes. Did I re-import your character sheets on here? I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
That reminds me to get D&D Beyond up on my phone.
First thing Lila's gonna do when she wakes up at noon is start to prepare to try and heal her curse. So just like a little bit more of a to do than when they were just randomly trying it out on the other guy. She'll kind of, with like some, I don't know, chalk or something, like start to draw some like symbols of her god and some like arcane symbols of like, you know, just things she's familiar with about lifting curses and different kind of like things of that nature. Just trying to make it more like it's not a ritual spell, but make it more of a ritual spell to try and like help strengthen it before she casts it on herself. And I assume she knows where she was like the place of infection is on her body, right? Like I don't remember if she's bitten on her neck or her arm or what.
It was like right near your bicep.
Gotcha. Okay. And then she will probably saying like a few prayers in like Sylvan as well will then cast remove curse on that area.
Okay. Yeah. So as you do, you can tell that there is a lot less fight with this curse than the one that was on Nigel. And as you do cast Remove Curse, you can feel this infection, this like, almost like as you begin to cast the spell and the magic, that divine magic is channeled into your arm, you can see this like sickness kind of leave your arm. Not necessarily pus, but almost this like sickly brown mucus begin to kind of leak out of your arm as you can feel a weight lifted off your shoulders. That sort of sharpness of your senses, of your smell, that sharpness of your teeth, maybe a little bit more scruffiness to your hair, you can feel some of that begin to fade away as you breathe clearly, and your senses are a lot less sensitive. And you can feel the curse has been broken. Which is interesting because with Nigel, there was fight for one, and then for two, it seemed as though he wasn't even permanently cured, even after you used the spell.
Mm-hmm. Are her eyes back to the normal, like, purple color?
Yes, your eyes are back to the normal purple color.
Yay!
Don't mess with my
No
aesthetic.
beard.
I would have loved to see Lila with a beard, but
I know. I was kind of hoping, like, is a struggle, and then she has to, like, have this whole arc of, like, accepting her beard.
I love that. Good story.
whoa.
But she will kind of dance around the room and stuff, seeing that everything is gone. She's like, it worked, it worked, it worked. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm
Was
fine.
Yuri in there? Because she was
Probably. She wouldn't have stopped for anyone. She would have just kept going, so.
It worked well then?
I mean, my eyes, everything looks normal. It's not like, and it just went easier than Nigel's. So I guess maybe because it was so short-lived, it couldn't like take too much hold. So I did it. I'm back to
Well
normal.
done. I told you it would be totally fine.
You did. You were right. I should have calmed down. See, when someone says calm down, I guess you should listen. I'll take that advice. And then when she's done dancing around, she'll like focus on Eurydice and say, but how are you? How'd you sleep? Because I did not sleep well.
No, not at all. That was not great. I feel like we need to finish up what we're doing here quickly, otherwise we're not gonna sleep.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad I only got one night just to kind of force us to try to only be here one night. But, you know, I doubt that's going to happen. We're probably going to need another night or two. So,
Yep. I just feel bad for everyone else that was here.
I know.
Sounds awful. But we need to figure this out. As he said, it started 1 or 2 years ago, and then it got really bad recently. So I just kind of want to know what it is, because it's probably all related, and it's just it sounds bad.
No, for real. And to think, like, so the White Cloaks are here. I don't even know how long they've been here, but, like, if the problem hasn't gotten better with them being here, I don't know what they're doing. Like,
Exactly.
are they just dicking around? Like, have they found anything? I mean, I guess they're kind of our allies now. Like, we don't have any animosity, so we can, like, look in and see, you know, what they have found, maybe. But I don't know how much
If
they're
you
gonna...
want to go and try and talk to a leader of the White Cloaks about it, feel free. We only don't have any real, I don't know a better word, beef with them. Because we lied to Draven Hunt. We
Yeah,
didn't exactly agree on anything. But maybe they'll be more reasonable here. I don't know.
I don't know either. It was just an idea, just to see if they've made any progress, found anything, or what, even if they're applying the right tactics, because if things haven't gotten better here and they are doing stuff, they're clearly doing something wrong. So, I don't know. Just an idea.
Yeah. Follow it up if you... We can have a look at it. Just gotta be careful, I guess.
Yeah.
And I guess we're all getting ready and meeting up and coming up with plans for the day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as Nalfian would get up, he would go to the 3rd floor and see if Alistair was there and bring him to like a shared, like maybe we can get a table downstairs and all of us can figure out what he knows. So he'll go knock on his door.
Okay, you knock on it. There's no response.
Nalf's gonna sigh because, excuse me. Sorry, there's. I'm getting it. All right. So he'll just sigh because he remembers the many hangover mornings he's had, and he'll just pound a little bit harder.
Okay, pound a little bit harder. No response.
Okay, he'll sigh again. Alistair, it's Albert. Open the door.
No
Can
response.
I unlock it? Can I open it?
Yeah, it's locked as you try to budge and open it.
Can I attempt to pick the lock?
Yeah, do you have thieves' tools?
I think Nalfian does, actually.
Oh.
I do. He does.
Okay.
It's been a minute. He kind of digs around in his pockets.
Oh, shit.
Forgot I had this. Probably get
Make
rid
sure
of this
Twig's not around.
Yeah, yeah. Look over his shoulder. Note to self: I will get rid of these after this, and he will attempt to. As a natural 20 on the thieves' tools check.
Did you just say natural 20?
Yeah, what a fucking waste. But yes.
Okay.
Sorry,
You feel like you could have been a lot worse and it would have been the same result. These are not complex locks, but
Yeah,
god
man.
damn it, Nalfian hasn't lost it yet, baby.
Hell yeah, baby.
Clicks, and as the door slowly creaks open, you peek inside. You can see what looks to be a collection of clothing kind of tossed around a little bit, but there's no man inside here.
Oh, okay.
No, there's no Alistair.
He's gonna like look around the room. Does the clothes look like clothes he wore, or like someone else's clothes? Like what I remember seeing him last in.
A little bit of both.
Nalfian's gonna look under the bed.
Look under the bed. There's nothing under the bed.
Pull back the blankets.
Nothing under the blankets.
Is there a like washroom?
Yeah, there is attached to the room, and you open it. There's nobody in there.
Okay, yeah. Now he's kind of furrowing his brows a little confused. Does it look like now he's gonna like formally investigate? Like he's gonna look around and see if there's like a struggle, or a different kind of struggle.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah, make an investigation check.
Yeah, what the vibes are in here. Ooh, spicy. I don't think Nelf adds anything to his investigation, which is fine. Yeah, no, that's 19, baby.
19? Okay, yeah. Investigating the room, it doesn't look like there's any signs of a struggle. It just looks very chaotic. And you can see that the trail of clothes does start at around the bed area. But as you're investigating the bed, you can see that it looks as though one of the part of the bed frame is broken and cracked. Like one of the supports underneath the bed broke and crack. And then you can see the rest of the clothes kind of trail near the door.
Okay. Nalf's gonna smile and laugh to himself and leave the room and I guess go and see if he's downstairs somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, as you head downstairs, he's not anywhere downstairs either.
Alright. Where the fuck did you go? And is the rest of the gang downstairs at this point?
Probably, yeah, unless you guys wanted to talk in your room.
Nah, we'll probably head downstairs.
All right, so yeah, you find a little booth off in the corner of the room. Except it's only noon, there's really nobody in here as of right now. Aside from the four of you, Blossom and Ysolda, you're about the only ones that are in here.
Nalf will just kind of looking around the room, just double checking to see if he's there. We'll walk over to the rest of the party, and you guys can probably see he's just he's smirking, but also looks confused at the same time, and just kind of sits down.
Okay.
Anyone seen Alistair this morning?
Alright.
No, not yet.
All right. Well, he wasn't in his room.
Hmm.
So, I guess we're waiting.
I could send him a message unless we just want to wait. I don't know how urgent it is to find him, but if we know he's around, he's not, gone.
I mean, maybe it's good to just send him a message, make sure he didn't get hurt or something. If he just
I
wasn't
don't
in
think
his
he's
room.
hurt.
Are you sure? 'Cause if he's not there, then maybe we should just send a message to make sure. 'Cause he was-
Chances are he's doing really well. But you should probably send him a message just to be safe.
Okay, sure. And she will prepare a message to send to Alistair and say, "Hi, we've made it. This is Lila. We just wanted to check in with you. We understood you were here. You got here last night. Where are you?" I didn't count, but I just made it brief. So.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're fine. I definitely don't think that was over 25. You hear this on 2 counts. You hear it for 1 coming from above you in the rooms on the 3rd floor, and in your head, Lila. "Oh, shit, sorry, I didn't realize you were here." And you can hear above you sort of scrambling on the ground, feet kind of hitting the wood, and you can hear somebody else's voice go, What's the rush?" He's like, sorry, I've got to go." And you can hear just a few other bits of chaos happening as you can see Alistair coming down, not necessarily in his small clothes, but definitely no boots, no socks, just kind of like his pants and like a very loose tunic as he comes down, sort of pushing his hair to the side, trying his best to clean him up. And he sits down at the table, says, "Hello. It's great to see all of you again."
Hello, glad you are doing well.
Yep. Great.
Nalfin is like giving him this like, "I fucking know everything, you little shit" grin. And he's just gonna slap him far too hard on the back and just say, "All right, how are you this morning, friends? Been a while. Good night."
And he's gonna kind of look at you like, "All right, old timer," and he's gonna say, just feeling a little drained is all."
My jaw is open. Old? Nalfin is 28 years old in a fucking dark elf. He is a child. Fuck off.
Hey, all that matters is you're older than him, you know?
Yeah, all right.
You're out of the
Nalfin's-
game. You're off being a knight.
Nalf's just gonna say, "I bet you are." So, information. I hope you've been doing
Yes, no,
more than
I
what you were doing.
do not allow my activities in the night to distract you from my work in the day. Let me see here. And he kind of pats his tunic. I took notes. Took notes because this was important to me. I never take notes about anything, but this was important. Where is my journal? Shit. I'll be right back. And he like gets up and runs back up the stairs. You can hear him go into one room, and you can hear somebody go, "Oh, you're back?" He says, "Nope, sorry, no time, darling." And he's
All
like,
this is happening. Nalfin is just like mouthing to Eurydice, "I'm so sorry I was ever like this."
It's fine. It's fine.
I don't think it is, but alright.
he goes. Eventually, you can hear the feet go across the hallway into another room, and you can hear him go, "What? What in the fuck?" And he kind of scrambles. He comes back down with his jacket on, so still in the like not small clothes, but definitely like not his formal pants and a loose tunic and that blue jacket on. And he kind of sits down with all of you, and you can see that he has this very concerned look on his face as he says, "And I don't mean to alarm any of you, but I think we have quite a bit we need to worry about. Honestly, I'm very glad that I ended up staying the night in the woman's room because I think someone broke into my room last night. The door was unlocked. Some of the clothes had been moved around. The door had been opened to the
Alistair,
the
that was
washroom.
me.
Oh, fuck. Okay, all right, never mind. We're fine. So, journal. See him kind of change key immediately and kind of pulls open the journal and begins to flip through and finds a few pages. So, I found a few things that I think might be useful to your situation. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but for things that are weird in the city that might help. So, it seems as though there are 3 things that I think are interesting, especially so. So, while the Children of the Flame have been here for a while, and you can see him kind of hush and make sure he's looking around, make sure he's not spilling any information to nobody who should hear it. So, while they've been here for a little bit now, according to most of the people that I talked to last night in the tavern, they don't have too many problems with the things that they've done in the town. While they're uncomfortable, they haven't done too much. The one thing that they did say is that there have been 3 people so far that the Children of the Flame have found, proclaimed as dark friends, and made examples of them. And currently there's a small keep inside the city walls that they've claimed, so to speak. And apparently those 3 individuals are still displayed in front of the keep as a message to any other dark friends that may come into the city. The thing is about those 3, though, most people here seem to believe that they might have been making dark deals of some kind. So the city hasn't exactly been too up in arms, just uncomfortable. There is an individual, so that's thing 1. Thing 2 is there's an individual who isn't a citizen here, but does a lot of working back and forth with Wheat Hill, an individual known as the Huntsman. Apparently, this individual does not like the Children of the Flame being here at all. Incredibly so. In fact, that Children of the Flame spend much of their time hunting the woods outside of Wheat Hill, trying to find this Huntsman. Because apparently the Huntsman has, gotten on their shit list, apparently. He's killed quite a few of them. Trapped them out in the forest. They've starved. Apparently there's something happening there that is rather intense. And then there is a third thing, which this thing is rather interesting because, Nalfian, you had told me, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm misremembering from the previous session before I say this. All of the rest of you, except for Lila and Nalfian, you gave him fake names, right? Or no, did you give your real name?
I think right before he left, we told him everything, right?
Because I remember he reacted.
And then we were like, oh yeah, okay, this is who we actually are.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so then that changes kind of what he would have said. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to add anything that wasn't there.
Except for Twig. Did you say you were Lady Twig or just Twig still?
I don't know, because I feel like
Twig was in bed, wasn't
I remember correcting it to be Twig, but I feel like for convenience, it's probably easier to say, yeah.
Okay.
But it would have just been Twig.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you see him kind of, he says, and the last thing is, and this is, I think the most interesting thing because it directly involves one of you. And he looks to you, Eurydice. There is a woman that arrived in town a few days ago looking for you specifically. She came to the tavern last night, and she said that she was a friend of Bianca's. Not exactly sure what that means. But she came looking for you specifically. She said that she has a camp outside of the city. And if I were to see anyone by that name, to send them that way.
Did she give a name, or what did she look like?
No name, no, sadly. It was odd. They were very, very soft-spoken, cloaked, robed, very large. If I didn't know any better, I would say giant's blood, but who's to say, you know? But they didn't give a name.
Okay. Well, I mean, I trust Bianca, so maybe we should go and see this person at some point.
I think that might be a good idea. As I said, she just stressed that she wanted to talk to you, Eurydice, and she didn't say about what.
Okay. About the keep, do you know who it did belong to? What have the Children of Flame taken over?
Well, as far as I know, the keep was just kind of sitting empty. It was used every once in a while for storage for the guards within the city, or any time that the Kingsmen would need to come through, deal with some bandits north or south, wherever around the town, but hasn't been used in quite some time. So, I suppose there was a lot of them, and it was the only place that could accommodate so many. They're still paying dues and tithes to the city, but yeah.
Okay, and the 3 people that were proclaimed as Dark Friends, did you get names for them?
Sadly, no. It seems most people didn't really even want to mention their names out of fear. They were just, as far as anybody had said, though, there was a farmer, a lumber worker, and then a blacksmith's apprentice. Those were the 3. Apparently, they had been found of communicating with shadows, it had been said. But I don't know, it's all conjecture, really.
If we want to investigate those 3 more, I can still speak with Dead. So.
I guess all you'll have to do is get close enough to the keep and not have them have a problem with that.
I think we head round there, see kind of how it's laid out. I'll see if I grimly enough recognize any of them. We can go start there, I guess, and then go see this maybe Bianca's friend later. I don't know, I'm worried about Bianca. I haven't talked to her in a while, and kind of seemed like a lot was going on.
Well, I think those
Sorry.
are a good stepping stones for our day.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you wanted to check in on today, Yuri? No, she would not have said Yuri. I'm so sorry. You're Violet, not Iris. Iris is Twig. Okay. Violet.
We're in a little table. It's just kind of mostly us now, so I think we're okay.
True, but trying to get used to it.
Yuri would kind of look down for a second, and she'd just say, yeah, but I think I'll do that in the evening. I'll do it myself. There are a couple things I want mostly just go and look at, but that's it.
All right.
Alistair, another question.
Mm-hmm.
Other than Eurydice, or I guess Nelf is whispering at this point, or see, he's trying to find the right way to phrase this. Has there been anyone else who knows who we are? Has our names been said around other than this traveler?
That knows you specifically? I guess I don't know.
Knows any of our names?
Oh,
If you've heard our names said at all, other than this traveler that you found?
Trying to think. In the moment, I didn't hear anything.
Right. Well, that's good
Well,
then.
actually. All right. This might be me misremembering something, which happens quite frequently, but all of you had traveled a fair bit around the Isles, right? At least that's what some of the
Correct.
stories had said, that you had... your adventure started in Sandpoint, right?
Correct, more or less.
So there was a new Temple of the Divines that was recently finished. They brought in bishops and deacons and priests and priestesses from all around Iverion to try and breathe some life into the area, quell some of the tensions between the Children of the Flame and some of the people. And there was, what was her name? As Iada, I believe, from Sandpoint. She's here. She's sort of the trying to serve as a liaison between the Children of the Flame and the citizens of the city. So on the south side of town is where the temple is. So she'll know your name, but hopefully that's a friendly face.
Now, if he just kind of nods. All right, that's certainly interesting. All right, well, one, glad you made it here all right. Seems like you enjoyed yourself. And thank you for getting this information.
Of course. Happy to help. And, of course, just so you're aware, as of right now, for the time being, I plan to perform here for as long as all of you decide to stay here. So if I find anything else out, I'll make sure to let you know.
All right, appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And now we'll kind of like look at the others, kind of like picking up off of what Lila said. Do you want to go check out these people hanging outside of the keep?
Yeah. That's plan one.
All right. And now if we'll give a little nod to Alistair and guess we're gonna go do some investigating.
Okay. As all of you are getting up, Blossom is going to kind of stop all of you, and she's going to say, now, listen, and feel free to agree with me if you like, but Alistair, while I think that what you have done so far is great, I also do think that, judging from how we met you, you seem to have a knack for getting yourself in trouble. So while all of you are investigating, I was thinking it might be a good idea if I stay behind here and just keep an eye on him.
Huh. I think that's a great idea. Now again, we'll like pat him on the back. She's such a delight to be around. I mean, honestly. Like, if you need any pointers with anything, I'm sure she's the one to give them to you.
Huh. All right. Actually, Blossom, I do have a question. So I, from time to time, when I would be moving along the road, sometimes I would need to maybe take up a job at a farm or something for a few days. Do you have any tips on, like, I don't know, one of the things that I would have to do is I would have to trim the hooves. Do you have any, as somebody who can vocalize what that feels like, do you have? And Blossom's just going to kind of look at him and exhale. Yeah, I'll give you some pointers, all right. The rest of you, I got this. I'll deal with him. Mm-hmm.
Have fun, Alistair.
Oh.
Helps out.
We're gonna become best friends by the time we're back.
Yeah, I guess we're heading out to town.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, you head out into the town around at about 1 o'clock now. So something I discovered the last time that I did this with people. I'm going to pull you to this map of Wheat Hill, which I should have preloaded first, so it might take a hot second to load in. But if you look right here, I've got this like stacked layered token right here in the Merchant's Last Stand that you can freely, so you can control your token and move around with your token.
Oh, that's so
I feel like Nalf is just like laying on top of him though.
Yeah, well, it just kind of depends on how you stack them. Because, like, you gotta...
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, I should put Nalf there first.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, you're
Poor
clicking
Doug.
and dragging, not using the arrows. Oh, God. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Let me,
Do you want us using the arrows?
Well, here, I got it. Let me just do that. All right, Sorry, let me fix this real quick. I didn't anticipate
we
people
already broke
clicking and
it.
dragging. You were only there for such a short
sorry,
time, and
I
you
got
already broke it.
excited.
All right, oh, God. All right, let me restack these real quick.
Dear Lord.
Twig.
Also, do we immediately step out and Greenlee Goods and Services is right fucking there?
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh my god,
Not
it's such a
fun.
huge place.
Yes, it's like a
Right?
whole, it's like a whole
Like
warehouse.
the core of the town.
Was it this big when you left?
Yeah, no, you're ready to see.
No.
As you were like making your way in, like you could see all of the carts sort of moving in and then moving on all of these different areas over here by Greenlee Goods and Services. That it's damn near bigger than the tavern itself. Well, it is bigger than the tavern itself.
It was not this. It was not like this when I left, right?
No.
Fucking no. Okay.
So where is the keep on the map?
It's right here, top corner.
Ah,
Oh,
Oh,
cool,
we
we can
gotta
go
pass
straight
it.
through it. Isn't that convenient?
yeah, we can pass right by.
Yeah. Say
Has,
hi.
like, her head down, like, her hands in her pockets, and she just
Nalfian
doesn't wanna
will take Eurydice by the hand if she'll allow it.
still allow it. She's just not happy.
He'll like walk to where his body's on the side of it rather than hers. That way, if he doesn't want to look at it, she don't gotta.
Amazing. Thank you.
But we do have to walk fucking right past it. So
And then for this time, I can control all of your tokens at the same time. So whenever you're moving as a group, I'll move you.
Cool.
You make your way through, and you can see that as the sounds of the tavern sort of fade behind you, you are reintroduced into the city. The sounds of the rivers and lakes all coursing through the city itself, and the sounds of people heading on to their day-to-day business. You can hear the absolute like cacophony of noise that is happening inside the goods and services warehouse. Just all of these carts, these massive cranes loading materials onto carts and then loading them off and sending them away, sort of creating this like system of like carts that will come in here and load in where all of you are and then exit here and sort of make a roundabout out back the city. As Wheat Hill is unique in that there is only one way in and out of the city, at least as of right now, just to make sure that they can control who's being let in and who's being let out. So with that, all of you make your way towards the Keep of the Hunt. So, as you approach, you can see that there are children of the flame that are making their way up and down the stairs into this keep. Not massive, but definitely fairly large. There's probably some maybe 200 to 300 people that could live inside this keep at any given time. And as you approach, you can see that there are bodies in varying states of decomposition that are currently hung from the parapets of the keep. You can see what looks to be a younger dwarvish woman wearing a leather apron, blacksmith's apprentice. You can see a what is probably a definitely a dark elf woman of some kind, and then an older human man. Unsure between the two which one is the farmer and which one is the lumberjack. But in terms of recognition, Eurydice, go ahead and roll a history check.
Okay. 15.
15? Okay. So I would say you probably, because the lumberjack and the farmer were two individuals that probably worked outside of the city, and for most of Eurydice's life, she was kept inside the city limits. There probably wouldn't have been much communication you would have had with people like them. But the blacksmith's apprentice, you do remember from your time here that there was a younger dwarvish woman, maybe in her 30s or 40s, young for a dwarf, of course, named Yenla. And Yenla had worked as the blacksmith apprentice for about the past 5 years. So it was something that a person that had been present in your life for a while. Yenla was weird. There's no denying that. In your time here, she was quiet. She much preferred the forge, and even more so, she preferred forging at night as opposed to creating anything during the day. Rumors would go around that she maybe had a little bit of Duragar in her, sort of the Underdark equivalent of drow to elves, or of drow to dwarves, right? So dark elves, the dark elf version of a dwarf being a Duragar. And so there was maybe some rumors of that going on, or that she had, like runic carving abilities within her to create magical weapons. But those were all just harmless rumors. She did her work and she did it well. She was just a little quiet and a little weird. There was never anything that ever happened with her where she, sacrificed somebody's cat to the Dark One. Nothing like that ever happened. But she did tend to find more comfort in darkness and shadow than in daylight. And traveling with a drow, for a fair bit of time when Nalfian was first on the surface, I'm sure that he would have expressed the sort of growing pains of getting used to sunlight. So, yeah. The other two you don't recognize, but that's what you gather about Yenla, the dwarvish blacksmith's apprentice.
Okay. When they get round there then, and she kind of looked up at the bodies, she would say, I knew her. She was the blacksmith's apprentice. She was maybe a bit weird. She preferred to be in the dark and work at night, but I never thought she never seemed malicious in any way. She just seemed shy and quiet.
Right. Well, I think based off of our most recent interaction with the White Cloaks, even if they have a suspicion, an inkling, if you will, that you have a connection to the Dark One, doesn't look like they're afraid to do anything about it. And it's...
Sorry.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, how far are we from these bodies?
At this point, maybe 30 feet. You can tell the longer that you stay here, there are a few Children of the Flame that are near the parapets that kind of look down towards you. Take note that you're standing there looking, but move on.
Yeah. I don't know if we want to do this still, but I don't have to get right up to the bodies to speak with them, but I do have to get closer. So
close.
Probably within like 10 feet.
Delilah, I don't know.
I know. I just wanted to bring it up.
It's a good idea, but I don't like the way they were just looking at us.
Yeah.
And we don't even have to do it right now. Maybe there'd be like a more opportune moment, or maybe they'd like trust us or something later, but just wanted to let you guys know.
If at some point we do end up talking to them, we might end up going in the keep. And then you'd definitely be closer.
Yeah.
Is that something we
if
would
we
find?
talk to Bishop Aida about it, then maybe she can help, I guess, give us at least credibility that we're not, I don't know, here for the wrong reasons.
That's true.
It's not a bad idea.
If she can vouch for us, we could probably get closer without too many eyes on us.
But we do think that could potentially be beneficial to figuring out what's going on.
I mean, I think so. If one of them turns out not to be a dark friend, then kind of helps our suspicions on what the aim of the White Cloaks are doing here in the first place. Because if that's the case, they're doing more harm than good.
Right.
And about this time, as you guys are just sort of standing here talking, maybe tucked back a little bit from the traffic of the road, sort of looking out and over towards the keep, at where the bodies are hanging, maybe suspended 25 feet off the ground, so much so where nobody can like jump up and hit them, but they're definitely in visible sight. There's a moment where, as all of you are standing there talking back and forth, Nalthian, there is somebody that bumps into you and says, "Oh, sorry," and kind of pats you on the shoulder and keeps moving.
Is my coin purse still on me?
As you sort of look down, yeah, your coin purse is still there.
Alright. He's not gonna say anything, he's just gonna nod and immediately carve the features of this man in his mind, because people don't just run into a dark elf, like, for no reason.
Yeah, so as he sort of bumps into you, says sorry, you can see that he kind of has a cloak up, his face is a little bit obscured. One of the things that you can tell just from the back of his head as he's moving away, you can see what look to be points of elf ears kind of poking at the back of the hood that's pulled up, and a more tanned skin tone closer to something maybe more of a wood elf you can just barely catch, but big, thick burlap, like deep forest green cloak, almost closer to like black than it is green, kind of bumps into you, keeps walking on his way, and just kind of melds into the crowd.
Did Yuri see it at all?
Yeah, all of you would have seen the man bump into Nalfian.
Did she recognize him?
No, like I said, at that point you'd just be like, yeah, any wood elf you ever seen, like, yeah, because he had the cloak, like, that he's probably a wood elf, but that's about it.
Okay.
Can you see if anything was done to Nalfian, like, beyond just stealing from him?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like, anything was, like, placed or anything like that on him.
Yeah, Nalfian, as you begin to pat your pockets, you do feel there's a bit of, like, parchment that was tucked into your tunic. It was just kind of snuck in there that you hadn't even noticed. And as you pull it out and flip the paper open, you can see what looks to be a set of stag's horns that kind of come out at the top. And there is a small phrase at the bottom that says, "Come to the lodge of the Huntsman tomorrow night."
Alright. Nalf will kind of like make sure everyone can see it. He's not going to say it out loud, just kind of like slowly show them his hand. And then tuck the piece of parchment away. I don't think we should stand here any longer than we have. Let's head inside this place. Yeah, Nalf's gonna just kind of pull his cloak around himself, not feeling... I feel like his entire life traveling around as a dark elf, he hasn't really felt like... He don't give a shit, he's never really cared. But Draven Hunt's comments, everything that's happening, the dark elf woman that's just hanging in front of him, feeling a little uncomfy in his skin today.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, guys, were we planning on going in here, or are we just kind of looking to see who these people were, right?
We wouldn't go in yet. I feel like probably talk to Bishop Aida before we go in, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Then, yeah, he'll just kind of pull his cloak around himself, and yeah, we'll head towards the temple.
Okay. Yeah, of course. So you do. You head down and around until you get to the Temple of the Divines, entering right there. Now, as you enter, you can see that this building in particular, as you approach, has a lot of inspiration from the temple that is in Raven Rock. Something that you're very familiar with, as you were there quite frequently, especially in your constant meetings with Brandon. As you're walking around and just entering, you can see these large statues, maybe 10, 20 feet tall in some cases, with these symbols beneath them, one for each one of the divines, those deities that either represent good, neutrality, law, or are connected to chaos in some senses. Obviously, the god of chaos, Thrasidon, or any of the chaotic evil gods are not here, but those that are chaotic good, Corleone, Lila, your deity in particular, and the chaotic neutral god of Cord, that sort of god of war and valor, is here as well.
If we ever pass by a Corleone thing, she'll just place a hand and do like a silent prayer.
Yeah. And Lila, no. Or not Lila, sorry. Eurydice. I was looking at Lila's name in the chat. It moved. Eurydice, this is not the same one. In fact, your temple is up here near the river by the bridge. This building that is still demolished and burned down. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
This is an entirely new construction. Okay. So, as you enter, you begin searching for Bishop Aida, hoping to find someone who matches her description, who you know to be her. However, you do not see Bishop Aida first. You see someone that you do not expect to see here at all. And their voice echoes out through this stone chamber as you approach. And you see a dark elf man of sort of pale teal skin, silvered and black hair, wearing blacks and greens, look at all of you, and there is a small smile on his face, as all of you except Lila recognize Bishop Redimni.
Throwback.
Man, let me tell you, Dalf is such a different person than the last time they have met.
And you can see Bishop Redimni smiles a bit, looking towards the group of you, and he says, "Well, it is quite nice to see all of you again. Welcome to the newest addition to the clergy in Iverion. What brings you to this temple?" You can see he's looking at you, not warily, but definitely like, what are you guys doing here? What are you doing here?
Nalfin will extend his hand forward. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. And he'll shake your hand.
We heard Priestess Aida was coming to help build a new temple. It seems you've also decided to take part. We just wanted to pay a visit.
Yes, well, I do what I can to help those all around Iverion find faith if they may need it. And Aida has found herself called to something very similar. Yes, I will take you to her. Currently, she is aiding those who have come to us sick with nightmares. Something fairly common for some time here in Iverion, or in Wheat Hill, I should say.
Right. Any breakthroughs on that? Kind of sorting out a way to stop these nightmares at all, or?
We have found some things that help, but nothing has exactly solved the problem. Sad to say.
Right. Well, great to see a friendly face. And Nalf will give him a big old grin.
Bishop Demony will not give a big grin, but he will smile and nod and say, "I want all of you to know." And he kind of looks to you, Lila. Well,
She'll give like a little wave.
Hello. And he'll return to the other three and just say, "I heard what all of you did for Brandon. And genuinely know, for whatever grievances or condescension that I gave you before, I am incredibly sorry and incredibly thankful that you gave him a new lease on life and allowed him to have the life that he was always meant to have. So thank you.
Often will just kind of nod. Brandon deserved that. And I'm speaking for everyone when we say that we were happy to see him home. So thank you for being there for him when others weren't. And I will, on behalf of myself and Grok, apologize for any language that was just thrown around. Trying to better myself.
He kind of looks at the cloak with the symbol of House Forrester and looks to Twig with a knowing glance. I can see. And I'm sure that whatever entity may be watching over your shoulder, Nalfian, I'm sure that they can definitely see how far you've grown. And that is a compliment, but with a little sting on the end of it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And Nalf will, he'll smile and just kind of nod. I think being around Alistair has made him realize a lot of the folly of his ways. So he'll just nod and let him lead the way.
Okay. And as you're leading the way, he will strike up conversation with Lila and just say, so, last I had seen the group of them, they were traveling with one other that was definitely not you. The other was I'm sure he was a fearsome warrior, but definitely reeked of needing a bath.
Ooh, yep, that's not me, thankfully.
Yes.
Yeah, hi. My name is Lila Tatiana. It's very nice to meet you.
Tatiana, it is well met. If I remember correctly, your family is still devout followers of Corleone, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, so being here feels very fulfilling as I haven't been in a temple in quite some time.
I must say, child, you do have a glow about you. You are very welcome here. And looks up towards the different murals and statues of Corleone and nods. And not just by me, but welcomed by others as well.
She's smiling ear to ear. Thank you. That's really good to hear.
And he smiles, and he won't continue to talk at all, and just knowing that you feel welcomed and comfortable, he'll continue on his way. And it is, to the three of you, this is very weird, considering the first time you met Bishop Redimni and how much tension there was. And it's like, between these two, they're like peas in a pod. You know, they were just so nice right off the bat.
The vibes, be
Yeah.
real.
Nate from fucking Harry Potter, and he's over here like being so nice to Lila.
To be fair, all of you did, not all of you, one of you did steal from the archives and then lied about it, and the other two were cursing up a storm in a temple, and the other person was very obviously uncomfortable in the temple itself. So, I mean, it would make sense why it might be a little like, what the fuck are you guys doing here?
About the
Nah,
great
man,
fish
completely
sandwich
unreasonable.
adventure?
And you stole from him.
Unreasonable.
The fish heist. The fish
Accusation.
heist.
Oh,
Fucking stole his sandwich.
oh yeah. So as you're making your way,
Nelly's fucking cheesing it. Like it's a good time. It's funny. In a good way.
and as you're walking, and you can see that you're about to close in on the sort of Palor area of the sanctum. He does sort of end up walking next to Twig and say, also, just so you're aware, there have been 3 individuals that have been rather incessant on saying hello on my morning walk to work.
Well, I mean, they are nice, though, right?
Yes, they are. In fact, as much as I hate to admit it, I've started having lunch with them daily. Because otherwise, they would steal my food, and I would much rather just give it to them willingly. I make sure to pack double, just so that way we can all have our fair share to eat.
Well, I'm glad things worked out then, I guess. I mean, I did say for them not to just completely steal from you, but
Yes.
I guess they really like your food.
I suppose they do. Who can blame them? It is quite delicious after all. I just wanted you to know that if you happen to ever see the three of them again, needless to say, they've put on some weight since you last saw them, so be prepared for that.
Well, I mean, I feel like we should be going back to Raven Rock eventually, so hopefully we'll see them.
Yes, as I hear it, and this is to all of you, as I hear it, William Bosserman is working on a new production. Something about 4 runners and something about fate. I'm not exactly sure.
Well, I mean, surely he'll need someone as handsome as me to play the role.
Yes. You would make a good Bishop Redemne, I do agree.
Now we'll let him have that one and just laugh.
Oh, man. So, yeah. Eventually with that, there is a small bit of laughter around all of you. Eventually, you do make it to Palor's sanctum in this temple, and you can see that there are several people lying around on these would look to be carved from stone benches that have been kind of retrofitted to be beds, where there are these sort of feather mattresses almost that are like laid over top with pillows and blankets. Currently people sleeping every few feet. And you can see Bishop Aida sort of kneeling down, this sort of radiant glow to her eyes and cheeks, the silvery hair cascading down her head and shoulders. As she sees all of you, you can see her eyes like almost literally light up with happiness, seeing familiar faces in a place that for her is so far, far away from home. And she smiles and says a few comforting words to the person that is sort of laying on the bed near them, near her, and they do fall asleep almost immediately. And she makes her way over to all of you and says, "Well, I honestly have to say how happy I am to see all of you." And you can see this genuine smile on her face.
Okay, this was said earlier. We assume that these people can see through Yuri's disguise, right? Like,
Yuri's keeping it up the whole time she's in Wheat Hill.
Okay. So then,
It kind of just seemed Bishop.
sorry to retcon that. I just
no. Well, Bishop Redemne wouldn't have commented on it, but he would have been able to see through it. Bishop Redemne is a cleric of Ioun, and he is a fairly high level, so he would have been able to see through it, given the things that he has, specifically that like amulet around his neck that has that eye on it.
The area that Aida is it kind of closed off from everyone else, though?
There are people in here that are sleeping currently, but you can see as she says, "I'm so happy to see all of you." Well, where is... And you can see Redemne kind of look down at Eurydice, and Aida kind of cocks her head. Well,
Hi.
Oh.
She'll have Lucky. We've not had him as a dog because of a lot of attention. She's just got him as a little ferret.
Okay.
And he's just gonna pop up on her arm and just kind of stand up.
Well, there he is. Oh,
See?
all right.
It's me. I didn't want to attract loads of attention for reasons, so this is what I look like. But hi.
Of course. Hello. Well, it's great to see all of you again, and she looks to you, Lila, just all of these...
Yeah. Hi. Introduce herself,
Yeah,
her
it's
name, and everything.
Oh, Tatiana. Oh, well, very interesting. As everybody has just Tatiana. Oh.
Oh. Show me the Tatiana. Wow.
Quite the name.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you can see her sort of smile and nod at all of you and be like, Well, I know it hasn't been that long since I've seen you, but still, it's always nice to see a friendly face, especially when you're far from home. So, what brings all of you to Wheat Hill? Is there something you were needing? And Bishop Erdimni, he kind of looks down to the rest of you and says, I'm assuming that what you have to say would be best said in private.
That would be preferred, if possible.
Follow me. I'll allow you to use my office in the meantime.
Appreciate that.
That Aida kind of looks around at a few people, make sure everybody has what they need, and she'll follow the rest of you up one flight of stairs to Bishop Redemney's office as he opens up the door and says, if you'll be needing anything, feel free to come and find me, but I do have some important business I need to take care of. It was nice seeing all of you again, and I hope that whatever you're here for, you're able to find it and stay safe while you are here.
Just before you leave, would you mind if I talk to you maybe after this?
Of course. Find the sanctum to Ayun, and I will be there.
Right. Thank you.
He'll nod, smile, and shut the door behind all of you and head away. Then it's just the four of you and Bishop Aida.
Well, quite a bit of a story between the last time we saw each other, to say the least. But in brief, kind of like glances to Eurydice and then chooses, like that's her bit to say if she wants to bring that up or not. He'll just continue on. We are just on our way up to the college, and as we're going through, we couldn't help but notice there's been troubles in many of the Riverlands. Dark Friends, but seems as though the Dark Friends aren't the only ones causing problems. And I don't know your opinion on this, and I mean no disrespect, but these White Cloaks are also, I don't know the best word for it, but just throwing their weight around. Threatening people who probably don't need to be threatened. I mean, I'm sure you've seen what's hanging out outside.
She nods at that.
And we're all fighting for the same team, but it doesn't feel like we're all playing. So, any information that maybe you could provide us with about what's going on, these nightmares, those 3 people hanging up there, the hell the White Cloaks are actually doing? Are they even being helpful at all?
Alright. I'll try and answer those in the order you asked them, to the best of my knowledge.
Right.
For one, the nightmares. I've never seen anything like it, and I've never read about anything like it. Well, I have read things like it, but they were stories from when I was a child. That when things were on the verge of breaking, darkness was on the verge of consuming, it would seep through the ground, fill the air, cause nightmares of darkness and turmoil to just swirl around through everything, to infect every waking moment of a day. But, you see, the people here, they still are able to approach the day with kindness for the most part, and joy. It's just in the night, those waking nightmares that lurk in the shadows. They seem to be able to affect them, but only at night. When the sun rises, the nightmares are nothing. They passed, and no one can remember them to save their lives. So I've tried my best to help them sleep for those that are on the verge of collapse, to give them one restful night of sleep.
But it seems like, and if your stories are correct, and very much feels like there's a darkness creeping in. Something's about to break here, is what you're saying.
That is what it seems like. And I've tried my best to do everything I could. When I was much younger, I did leave Sandpoint for a time, and I lived in Bromsgrove. I became an initiate for the Children of the Flame. I thought this idea of an ever-burning light since the beginning, something greater than Paylor. Because, after all, Paylor is just a man. He's a person who achieved greatness and divinity, which is inspiring, but people can make mistakes. They can do things that aren't in the best interest of all people everywhere. They can still act of their own accord. But the idea that there could be this flame, this brightness in the world that is unequivocally good, that idea to me, it convinced me that maybe this is what I was called for. But then I saw that some of the Children of the Flame, they were not unequivocally good. There was a cruelty to some of them. And there's kindness to others, of course, but I always remember hearing about the one who currently is overseeing things in Wheat Hill. Part of the reason I left Bromsgrove all those years ago. Apparently now he's cindered, which means he's a speaker directly with the Lightbearer, the person in charge of the whole thing.
Raven Hunt. Is that who we're talking about?
Yes, Child Hunt, as he prefers to be known as.
Oh,
Yes.
we've met.
I'm sorry to hear about your bad luck. Him and I meet every other day, maybe weekly, just trying to make sure that what he's doing is still best for the people, since I'm trying my best to talk with the people to get to know them. Trying to convince him from stringing up more innocent people.
So, those three outside. What do you think? Were they dark friends, or... You said innocent.
I don't know, honestly. And I know that's not very helpful, but I've always had the belief that no matter how far someone is strayed from the light, from Paylor, from Kossuth, from the Creator, from Azrahoy, what the Macavians believe in, no matter how far away they stray from it, they can still find their way back with the right guidance and love. Like a lighthouse in a terrible storm. It's always going to be there, so in case you are lost in that storm, you can find your way without crashing into the shore.
Right.
So maybe they were lost. Maybe whatever dark whispers seek through the soil had finally found them. Maybe they were doing things in the name of this Dark One. Or maybe they were scared. They were afraid, and they were reaching out for something that offered them protection. And instead of reaching towards the light, they reached the other way. The thing that was closer to them. So, the nightmares, the children, what was the other thing you had asked?
Well, was there anything else that we wanted to specifically know, guys?
I think there were 3 things, and I only answered 2, so that's why I just wanted to make sure you got everything answered. If you can't remember that. Yeah, if you can, yeah, maybe the third question was answered in that little tangent, but
yeah, I can't remember either. I think we asked about the bodies on display. That might have been the third thing.
And that was that fed into it. Okay, yeah.
And like I said, now, like, before he started, he specifically looked over at Eurydice, like, he wasn't gonna dish out her stuff, because that's not his place.
True.
She would ask though, like at the end of it when Ada said, "Is there anything else?" She would say, "So, what's going on with the burnt down temple, the one up on the other side of town?"
Well, and you can see her kind of physically get tense. It had been attempted to be rebuilt when we arrived, when we were told about the fact we were coming here. The thing is, it's tried to have been rebuilt 4 or 5 times at this point. Some of the houses around it as well, but either they collapse, they fall apart, there's wood rot on any of the things there. I've tried everything I could. Bishop Dimney's tried everything he could. And the two of us are the most knowledgeable about things like this. So, that temple, at least as far as my conclusions have led me, that temple might be the source of this rot. But I don't know. Only reason nothing has been rebuilt is because nothing sticks.
There's not a way to cleanse the area?
I've tried everything I could, and nothing worked. There's here, and then there's a farmhouse outside the city, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes away from here. Same thing. It's almost like it's infected with no want to cleanse itself.
Right. And the Greenlee Goods and Services too. We heard there's a Ira. She is reclusive. Do you know anything about her?
Not too much, no, sadly. Not many people see her, as you said, reclusive. Best way to put it. As far as I know, maybe 5 or 6 months ago, that house that she lived in, after it had been burnt down, she was missing for a few days. Eventually they found her, the wreckage. She was alive. She came at life with a whole new conviction, a whole new personality, energy that people had really never seen from her before. In the past 6 months, she's boomed Greenlee Goods and Services to something that, well, it definitely was not beforehand. And of course, as a foreigner to the city, I can't comment too much, only what people have told me. But almost so much so that it is a small competitor to the Totiana name. Not nearly as expensive yet, but it has grown like wildfire.
Seems weird. What?
Very weird indeed.
So she survived. She survived and then just came at it and made the business more successful than she did for the entire time beforehand.
The
You
optimist.
said that her personality also changed, though, like she was someone else.
Yes, the thing is, the optimist in me wants to think that whenever someone's that close to death, that they tend to rethink the way they did things in life, and they try and make sure that the time they have left is valuable.
I doubt it. Sorry.
Did you, know this, Ayara. Wait. Greenleaf, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my dear.
Yeah, she was my aunt, and she supposedly died. She wasn't a very nice person, and I don't... Maybe you're more optimistic than me, I just don't think that what happened would suddenly turn her around like this. I also feel... I don't know, that house, the farmhouse outside of Wheat Hill, the one that's infected, that was my house. That was my parents' house. That's where we lived.
Do you know what happened to that temple? If you happen to have any idea, that might be a way to figure out how to undo the affliction.
She would have dropped the disguise by now, by the way. Yeah, I know what happened. Asmodeus made me burn it down. That's what happened to Era's house. That's what happened to the temple, that's what happened to the houses. And presumably that's what happened to my parents' house. So whatever's happening here, it's connected to the Dark One, and it's somehow connected to Asmodeus. And I did it, so...
You can see Ida begin to move closer towards you, Eurydice, and she hugs you. And as she's hugging you, she says, I know that must have been hard to say, but just know that you and I both know that whatever it takes to fix this, you'll do it and you won't have to do it alone. And that even if you couldn't, myself, your friends, your companions, and Paylor himself forgives you for this. Just kind of hugs you and rubs your back a little bit. And she's not going to pull away, but she is going to say, whether it be this Dark One or Asmodeus, what they want is for you to be weak right now, to be indecisive. But Eurydice, she kind of pulls away, looking you in the eyes, kind of clasping her hands on your cheeks. You have something that someone hasn't had for a long, long, long time. You have greatness weaved into your path on this pattern. Whether it be the Dark One or Asmodeus, they want to use you. And you won't let them, because you are strong, and you are better than they are. Do you understand? You're better than them, no matter what you've done up until this point.
Yeah, and we'll fix this. I'll try, but we will fix this.
She'll
Thank you.
hug you again, and not that it does anything, because you're not currently afflicted by anything, but she is going to cast Greater Restoration.
Oh.
just so there is this cleansing breath, like that shakiness, that anxiety. It's still there, but for a brief moment, you feel that serenity course through you, and you have a brief moment of clearness. Remember, Eurydice, that light is always there. You just have to find it, and you just have to reach for it.
Yeah, I will.
She'll shake her head, nod at you, look towards the rest of you. Well, unless you have any other questions, I do need to get back to helping those that are having problems sleeping.
I don't know if this is even possible, but we do want to figure this out. But we also want to make sure that these white cloaks aren't causing more problems along the way. I don't know if it's possible for you or anyone for us to get closer to those bodies, but Lila can speak with them. We might be able to get more information, but when we were out there, even standing a good 30 feet away, there's a lot of eyes on us. Would it be possible for us to get closer without people assuming we are dark friends as well, or is it a lost cause at this point?
Well, you see her, she thinks for a moment, and she says, there might be a chance. The one who's been up there the longest, she was a lumberjack, Alora, the drow woman. She's been up there for quite some time. And I could make a request that her body be given its last rites, even if her soul may be trapped in the torment of the Dark One. That her family at least allow her to have those final rites.
That wouldn't put you at any risk, would it?
No. A child Hunt informs me all the time about how I'm too kindly and how that might be abused by the Dark One. So I'm sure he'll just think of it as naive old Aida. But be surprised how far a sweet smile and a chipper tone can get you.
No. We're not sure how much we'll get from it, but it's at least something, a good place to start. Would that work okay for you, Lila?
Oh, yeah. Do you think I'd be the one giving the last rites, or would the body come here for the last rites?
The body would come here for preparation, and then in the time before the last rites and the preparation, you would have time to perform your ritual.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's excellent.
She'll nod.
Thank you. We appreciate this.
I'm happy to help. All of you are doing good work here, and it's an honor for me to help in any way I can.
One last thing. I know you are busy. This Huntsman, what is he like? Is he fighting for the right path, or he doesn't seem to be a big fan of white cloaks himself?
No, and if I'm being entirely honest, I always thought that he was more of a, a folklore, I guess. Seems like any time his name comes up, there's always the white cloaks were going to storm some farmhouse, and he's there, riddles them with arrows. Beasts come out from the woods and attack them. And the people can get free. They leave the farmhouse and they go away. Children of the Flame chalk it up to more people taken by the Dark One. But we never see the people again. So I had just assumed that the children had gotten them, and it's just something that people told themselves to give hope. There's nothing wrong with that, of course. But honestly didn't think he was real.
Interesting. All right.
There is, I will say that maybe an hour north of town, there is an inn. Well, very small inn, you can call it that. A lodge, really. I hear that's where people who claim to follow the way of the Huntsman, where they gather. So maybe you might have allies there.
Right. Again, thank you for all this information. It's good to see a friendly face, especially one who really cares about what's happening. How long do you think it would take for that body to get here?
It could either be tomorrow morning or the morning after. I'll try and get it here as quick as I can.
Alright. I think that's it. Unless anyone else had any questions.
No.
Alright. Well, if there be nothing else, then I suppose now I'll get back to my work and try and provide what comfort I can to those around.
A full nod.
You're doing a good job.
She'll smile at that. Just like everyone else, I'm doing the best that I can. And then, just like the rest of you, will follow you out and away.
I mean, Twig did want to talk to Redemne.
Yeah, I just meant out of the office. She head back to the
Okay.
Palor Sanctum, but then as all of you sort of make your way back to the centralized area where it divvies off into those different sanctums for the different divines, it's up to you if all of you want to head out or just let Twig go, speak to Redemne by herself, or kind of what you want to do there.
Does Twig
I
want to
wouldn't
talk
say-
to Redemne in private?
Yeah. Does she want to be in private? or-
She wouldn't say either way, and if anyone goes with her, she's not going to tell you no. But yeah, she's fine
Okay.
for other people to be there essentially, but she's not going to force you all to come.
We'll just stay with Twig.
Yeah,
probably.
let's stick around.
Okay, yeah. Sounds good. So, with that, all of you head into the sanctum of Ayun, which you can see is more reminiscent of a library. There are small desks and lecterns, bookshelves all along the walls that still need to be filled for the most part. It's still a little sparse in here. As you can see, they're still sort of gathering things to put in here, but you can see Bishop Redemne currently standing near a lectern, just sort of flipping slowly through a book, a small pair of spectacles sort of clipped to his nose as he takes them off and smiles as all of you enter. It says, "So, you found your way here after all. I hope Bishop Iada was helpful to all of you."
Yes,
Well,
very.
she definitely was. I had a question, and I figured you would know the answer.
And she wants to, but she just is not making eye contact at all. She's just like looking up to like left corner or something.
Because you obviously know a lot about those archives in Raven Rock and everything. I mean, obviously not all the details, but I imagine a lot of it. Anyways, so you would know of errors in it, right?
Yes, that is true. If there were inconsistencies, I tried to make myself aware of them.
And so then, do you know what really happened to Elizabeth Forrester?
And you can see him deflate at that, and he does. You can just tell that he kind of does fill with sadness. I do. At least as far as the records indicate. And I can tell you if you wish, but My dear,
I think I need to know.
You can see him kind of exhale, and he closes the book at the lectern and steps down. And will stand before you and say, if the records are correct, and keep in mind the story that I reference is that of a collection of eyewitness accounts of the fall of House Forrester in the region of land of Iverion, currently known as Hazran's Hollow. And is a book that was published 15 years ago. And there have been no other accounts or anything like it since. This is the only
Was it
details.
by? I mean, do you remember who wrote it?
The author... I don't believe there was one. I believe it was just a pseudonym of sorts. The Black Rose. In their writings, they said that there were creatures unlike anything else they had seen before. Plants, to be sure, monstrous trees, thorns, come to life with dark energy. So many people were killed. And allegedly, in the accounts, Lady Forrester escaped the city limits, was in the forest heading towards a small dock where there was a ship where she could get away with her newborn child. But sadly, she was attacked by these creatures. There was a man who was there and attacked them. At least it was assumed to be a man. It seemed as though they were an individual that could change shape and form to best suit what was happening in the moment. Apparently approached her as someone close to her, and then attacked her. And went to go kill the child. But then the forest came alive around the child. The forces of nature coming together to prevent this. As a man rose from the rose bushes and fought back against this creature. A spellcaster. Eventually landed a killing blow of a sort. And took the child away. In the book, all it said was, hopefully the child found safety. Hopefully the child found a family that cared for her as much as her mother did.
Oh, Elizabeth didn't make it out. Then.
No. Her remains were brought to Raven Rock, where she was given the same honors as every other noble house that loses their lands. Given her last rites, and was buried.
Do you know where I could find a copy of this book?
There are not many copies that were made, but I will send a letter to Raven Rock. There was one that I had in my personal collection that I will let you have, Twig.
Just kind of like weakly smile at that.
Well, I guess I don't even know where I'd have to ask you to send it to. I mean, I feel like we're always moving, so.
You had said when you first came in you were headed to the college next, correct?
Right.
I will have it sent there. There is a... Oh, I will have it sent to Headmaster Tatiana.
Yeah, my father, I'll let him know to be expecting it, and that it's for me and my traveling companions, so he'll keep it safe.
Oh, thank you.
And he will try and smile, but obviously, there is a lot of sadness behind his eyes as he nods and says, and I wanted to be known as a reader's interpretation of the words. I like to think that that child did find a new family, and that they did find that they were loved. And I hope that they recognize that. As he kind of looks to Nalfian, Eurydice, and to Lila to a degree, and looks back down to you, Twig. Good luck on your travels, Twig.
Well, thank you for your time. I feel like we have other things we needed to do today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll be going then. Yeah.
Good luck to all of you. If anyone can help this town, I have a feeling that it will be the 5 and the 4 of you.
On their way out, Nalfian will just give him another handshake. And there's just a very, appreciative nod.
Mm-hmm.
before making his way out.
As you exit back out into the temple grounds, you can hear the sounds of the village and the sounds of the river streams begin to fill in around you as you head out of the temple, headed to your next destination, whatever that may be. And on that note, we're going to take a break right there, because I think we all need a moment to step away and not be so sad.
Crying,
What
you're
if-
crying.
Oh,
Oh, man.
Jesus.
God. Damn, man. Whew.
we got
All
a
right.
lot of compliments on the overlay, though. People
Yeah, I
like
know.
it.
That was so nice. So many people are like, oh, yeah, this looked good.
Overlay.
Yeah. Okay, well, I guess I know what I'm going to do with the other two overlays then. Alrighty, thanks so much for watching, everybody, so far. We'll be right back in 5 minutes, so we'll be back at 18, whatever that is for you, whatever hour 18. All right, 5 minutes. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody. We're back in action. Yeah. So let's go ahead and dive back in to the session. So picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers, they had all found themselves in the small town of Wheat Hill. Now, in Wheat Hill, they have already discovered so much, but still have so much left to discover. For one, upon arriving in the town, they do know that the Children of the Flame are here in full force. They have kind of begun to overtake the town, pretty much replacing the town guard in its entirety in this small area. They have taken 3 individuals from the town and put them up as examples of dark friends, those allied with the Dark One and against the light, against the First Flame itself. Those 3 individuals being a drow woman named Elora, a old human man who was a farmer, and a younger dwarf woman named Yenla. Now, these 3 individuals had been strung up on the parapets of this keep as examples to the people in Wheat Hill of what may come of you if you decide to ally yourself with the Dark One. Now, the other big thing that the party had discovered, on top of a few little things, some things dealing with this legend, folklore, this entity known as the Huntsman, somebody who very obviously does not like the Children of the Flame. And then on top of that, this woman who had come to town specifically asking about a woman named Eurydice, hoping to find this individual as they have some type of relationship dealing with Bianca. They had told Alistair that they would be in a small camp to the southwest of the city by an hour. And if Eurydice does ever come here, that to send her that way. And Alistair did just that, told all of you about that. But the big thing, the reason why you're in Wheat Hill in the first place, this everything that has to do with Eurydice, her backstory, and her future in all reality, you have found out that there is some type of sickness in Wheat Hill, but not like a physical sickness where people are too sick to work, but this infection of nightmares that is just seeping its way through the soil. And after having a brief discussion with Priestess or Bishop Aida, you discover that the source of these infections may be the places that Eurydice burned down, but not her aunt's house. No. Instead, the temple that she burnt down and her parents' house. The place where Eurydice's sad sort of origin had begun. So we have this complication where in Eurydice's old home, where her parents used to live, and in the temple that she burned down, they seem to be sources of infection, causing terror and nightmares in the people around the area. And not just in Wheat Hill, but this is something all of you experienced in Midglen as well. On top of that, all of you encountered in that abandoned keep these individuals that could change shape and change form, infect your minds, make you see things. This infection. And it seems to be present here as well. So, all of you now exiting the Temple of the Divines, you have a lot of information, and you still have a lot of places left to go, a lot more information to collect before you decide exactly what you're going to do. You do know that tomorrow night you were told to come to the Huntsman's Lodge, north of the city. Apparently somebody there wishes to speak with you. You were also told that you should speak with that woman to the southwest corner of the city. And then also tomorrow morning, Lila will be able to perform a ritual to speak with dead on Elora, the drow woman who had died. So, with all of these things in mind, all of you exit the Temple of the Divines after receiving very, very, very sad information on Twig and Twig's mother, Elizabeth Forrester. You learn that, emphatically, there is little to no chance that Twig's mother survived the attack on Hazran's Hollow. In fact, very few people did. Twig was barely saved, and just barely escaped, thanks to the forest and what Twig could assume would be Naluvir, the Black Rose, coming alive to save her from whatever this dark entity was, this shape changer and shifter. To save her. So, all of you exiting the temple after hearing that from Bishop Redimni, a sadness looms over the party as the sound of the streams and the sound of the village return to you. This sadness is piercing as all of you stand and walk side by side. And as you are walking, easy enough, Lila and Twig, as you're kind of, Lila and Eurydice, as you are walking next to each other, Twig and Nalfian also walking next to each other. Nalfian, you had told me there was something you wanted to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we came out of the temple and we're kind of back outside, Nalfian would have just kind of squat down so he can be face to face with Twig, and just, he knows that she's been kind of weird towards him lately, but this is bigger than that, at least to him. So he's gonna like just take both of her hands and he's just gonna say, "Little bird, do you want to take a break? Are you okay? We can go back to the tavern if you want."
No, I think it'd be good to continue on with what we need to do, right?
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Okay, he's not gonna inside check her. Instead, he's just gonna kind of give her a very gentle hug if she will accept it.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he's kind of like initiated that, you'll feel very much that. Even though he was trying to go gentle, like Twig will going hard. Like,
Oh.
she needed a hug in that moment.
Alright, that makes him feel better. Then yeah, he will give her the tightest hug ever, and he's not gonna say anything right now because clearly it's not the time.
Mm-hmm.
But he's just gonna hold on to her for a little bit relieved that he's getting a hug. And then he's going to turn to Eurydice. That offers for you too. Do you need a break?
We need to, if we're going to go and see that woman, be back before it gets dark, or they won't let us back in the city. It's what, afternoon now? So we should go now, go see her, and then we can come back, and then we can figure out what we're doing tomorrow.
Alright. Now I'm gonna give Yuri a hug too. And then when he pulls apart, yeah, you fucking better. When he pulls apart, he's gonna look at Lila and he's gonna say, "Fuck it, come here."
I don't need a break either, and she'll come in for a hug.
Alright. A good friend of mine once said, I'd probably be a soft lad right now, so we should move on. And he's gonna pull away from Lila. Outside the city then, right?
Yeah.
About an hour, right?
Yeah. Joe, if we go down there and then let's presume like the hour with this woman, like we talk with this woman for like an hour and then we come back, we'll be back before it gets dark.
You will, yeah, right as the sun is setting. But yeah, you'll get back in that time, provided you only spend about an hour there.
Okay.
Okay, but what if we go and just camp out with her, though, guys? Like,
We could.
just suggesting it. Maybe we take a bit longer.
Watch it not be Keothi. It's just some
What?
stranger.
Not, yeah. We'll see. We'll see how we go. But we need to be back early because we need to go to the temple in the morning. So.
That's true.
But yeah, Yuri's very... She's taking the approach of, I'm just gonna go and deal with shit and not think about my emotions, and we're just gonna go do it. That's what she's doing.
Okay. Alrighty. Amazing. So, with that, then all of you head back to the inn just to grab your horses and then head out. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
When we're away from the city, Yuri will drop the disguise because she trusts. She probably has too much faith in Bianca, but she's just like, this woman knows who I am. Whoever she is, she knows me by name, so I'll go into this not disguise.
Not initially deceitful. Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
New for me, I know.
Okay, yeah, cool. So with that, the group of you, the four of you, ride off. And you take the hour or so, a little bit less, that it takes back into the Riverlands. Until eventually, following the directions that Alistair gave you, you see, right in sort of this nest of small trees, a collection of tents. Maybe 10 or so. A fair bit of them. But the thing that is odd to you is as you're riding up, you can see maybe 10 or 11 people here. And as you're far away, they look kind of big initially, you know? But then the closer and closer you get, these people are huge. Anywhere between 7.5 to 9 feet tall, you can see these men and women with like pale, almost like chalky white skin, these black tattoos covering their face, and all of them look to be completely shaven bald, except for one. One woman who's not necessarily any taller or wider or looks stronger than the rest, but the thing that sets her apart is this long brown hair that is currently braided in the center all the way back to about her tailbone. And you can see that as of right now, most of these people, just from their size and stature, the tone of their skin, it looks as though they would be much more comfortable in cold, frigid climates. But the individuals that you're riding up on, you can see that they are much more well-dressed for more milder springtime weather. Most of them wearing sleeveless shirts and tunics of a kind. Most of them not wearing any shoes, especially this close to the grass and water around them. But the interesting thing is, not armed currently, but these are individuals that know how to fight. As you ride up into their small camp, you can see that there are weapons and armor strewn all about. And you can see that the woman with the brown hair is no different. In one hand, she holds this massive shield, and slung around her waist is this hammer. And you can see that as you approach, the woman with the long brown hair approaches and smiles and recognizes what would be Nalfian and Eurydice and Twig, and you can see her face light up with a smile as she approaches and says, "Oh, hello, you must be Eurydice and Nalfian and Twig. Yes, you're here, you've made it. Good." And you can see she kind of approaches, takes her shield off and sets it down onto the ground, and goes to shake each one of your hands and says, "It is a great honor to meet you. My name is Keothi Kalukatho, but my good friends call me Keo, and I don't want to presume too much, but I'd like to extend that offer to you now, if you'd like."
That sounds lovely, thank you. You obviously seem to know who most of us are. This is our friend Lila. She's been
Hello, Lila.
helping us and traveling.
Hi, nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too.
So we heard that you're a friend of Bianca's and you were asking for me at the tavern in town?
Correct, I was.
Well, needless to say, this might be a little hard to explain, but considering I'm sure that half of the things that you've seen has been about as weird as most of the things I've seen, I'm sure that we're both going to understand each other, if that happens to make any sense.
I hope you're right.
And you were there when we were sending messages to Bianca, right?
Correct. In fact, Nalfian, I've actually met you before. Granted, he was a much older you, and, well, if I might say, and nothing mean to him, but know that, you are very handsome, and I'll leave it at that. The beard doesn't suit you. Just keep that in mind.
Noted. Kyo, right? I like you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Now it's gonna offer to shake her hand.
And she will, like, her hand envelops yours, and she'll shake it. Oh, yes.
This is a weird feeling for him being the one who's usually the largest hands in the room. But he's very kind towards her.
Okay, yeah, of course. Okay. So, with that, she says, well, so as I said, just try and keep in mind that, it might sound a little far-fetched, but, it is, the truth? I don't know. I'll stop blathering and I'll just explain. I've been trying to be better about that. So, some time ago, I was traveling with the Runaways. Individuals who left Salamander, that were adventuring in the Salamander coast that talked to you. I had left them some time while they were in Fjordaleth. I received word from my people that I needed to come back home. I was ecstatic, thrilled. I had learned so much about the world, and I was ready to rejoin them. I learned about who my people really were and what our purpose was, and so I wanted to do that. To give you the short of it, I was always raised that violence was never an appropriate option. Never. That it would be better to die than to raise arms against someone else. As an Anakalathai, that was never the path that you should take. You should leave that to the Shaiki, another clan of Goliaths from my home. But I am not an Anakalathai. I am a Kalukatho, and I know that that must sound like gibberish to you, but follow me. The Kalukatho, the purpose we serve, is to bridge the gap between the three clans. To be wise, to be naturalistic, and to be warriors. We have to serve all three of these purposes, and we have to go out into the world and try and establish balance, to fix things. And our gracious mother, who gives us life from the stone, Elowin, she sometimes gives us visions, those of the Kalukatho. And maybe 2.5 weeks ago, I received a vision. In my dreams, a small town, rivers rushing through it, a village burned, embers and ash. A similar visage to that I had seen when I went into the future and met the older Nalfian. So much pain and destruction and death. And I wanted to do whatever I could to prevent that. So, I knew that, well, Eurydice, Twig, and Nalfian were in Iverion. And, well, I thought that perhaps it might be connected to all of you. Because, well, when most things happen in Iverion, it seems that the group of you are right in the center of that. Highland Pass kind of being my main deciding factor for this. And after a little bit of research, I discovered that Wheat Hill was the place, so I came here and I knew that, well, the weave does what it wants to, so I'm sure that all of you would end up here anyway. And so, here I am. I came looking because I wanted to help. I brought 10 of the Shaiki with me because I wasn't sure if this would end with debate and speech and word, or with violence. But just know that whatever you need me to do, I'm here for you. You are a good person, Eurydice. Just from the brief moments of interaction we've had over sending, I want you to know that I like you a lot. You have a very nice voice for the spell.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, I know that was a lot, and I'm really sorry, but I wanted to get it all out now in about as clear and concise as I could, so that way there would be less questions, and I hope that's how that ended up working out. I'm still kind of new to this efficient leader thing, and I'm feeling it out, but I hope that made
You're doing
sense.
a great job.
Oh, well, thank you.
I think you got that out lovely.
Oh.
Yeah, it's great that you wanted to come and help. We don't really know what we're doing yet, so we don't have a lot of direction to give you either. But I'm glad you want to come and help. How are the? Did you say the runaways? That's what they're called.
Yes. Maybe they should think about changing that now, but you know, I think it's kind of cute. It was just because. Initially, you see, there was this whole thing that happened where they got in trouble with the law, Bianca shot a horse or two, and they ran away. And so they've kind of been doing that a lot. Oh, she did the horses, it was the most efficient way to stop them from getting arrested, and because the law people were bad. They were bad soldiers. And
So she doesn't just shoot horses.
No, it wasn't just... I realize out of... you see, it's kind of become an inside joke between the rest of them.
Right.
And I realize out of context now, that sounds really horrible, like Bianca's just going around shooting horses, which she's not. Bianca's very, very nice. She's kind of scary, but in a cool way, you know?
She's scary. I thought she was nice.
She is nice, but it's... You've never seen her fight before? It's something else. Anyway, we're not here to talk about her. I'm here to help all of you.
We're supposed to fight. Okay. I'm really glad we're not.
Alfie's still doing mental math to catch up to everything. This is literally the epitome of the equations meme.
So she's nice,
She
but
is
also
nice.
scary.
Oh, God, yes. Yes.
Okay. And she knows that when I'm not coming for her she knows that's not.
Oh, yeah,
happening.
no. Especially after
She's really
talking to Old Man Nalfian. That's kind of what we started calling him. I know it seems a little derivative, but you know, what we heard.
I'm sure he'll forgive me for it. I'll talk to him about it later.
Oh God! I just realized what would happen if you summoned your echo.
Not gonna do that right now.
Okay.
Scare the shit out of Keo.
Have you been here the whole time?
But he will say that and give her a little wink.
Okay. Okay, good. Well, so, yes, she knows. We're all on the same page. In fact, there was, have all of you met a man named Iverion?
Oh,
Yeah.
boy, have we.
Okay, this is something that we found out in, Fjordaleth. Which version of Iverion did you meet?
Both.
Oh. You see, because...
Yeah.
I'm going to say the good one because, unlike some people, I don't have a problem with him. I understand it's divisive. But there was a brief moment, and it was kind of sad and a little scary, but he had a bit of a meltdown where he realized that there might be another version of him that was doing things out in the world to hurt people and not do good things like he was trying to do.
Yes, we've unfortunately witnessed a bit of that firsthand.
Okay. Well, sorry.
Okay.
I was hoping to tell you before it happened, but man, I'm really late to the punch, aren't I? Late to the punch?
Well,
Is that a... I don't think that's a saying.
punchline?
Late to the party? I don't know. Let's move on. Like I said, the leader thing is not my thing yet. I hope I get better with time, but it's just... It's rough. Anyway.
I ask why you are camping out here, though. Why don't you just stay in town?
Oh, well, you see... Goliaths don't travel out very often. In fact, this is the first time that a group of armed and trained Goliath warriors left the Hearthstone in Oh my. I want to say 2,000 years, I think.
You did that for us.
Oh, yes. You see, since it doesn't make me happy that I'm one of the only remaining Kalukatho. You see, there's a bronze dragonborn who's also a Kalukatho, but that's more of an honorary thing. He's not actually a Kalukatho Goliath. I just felt bad because he didn't
Is
have
he a runaway, or is he just a
a...
random?
No, he's a runaway too. He used to be called Desmond, but now he goes by Suni because he found... We don't need to get into all of that. It's not applicable to the
Wait, so
conversation.
he's the one connected to Elwyn then?
Oh, yes, he is connected to Elwyn, yes. He had a discovery about himself. A paladin of Elwyn, Oath of the Ancients. I'm so proud of him. He's grown so much since I first met him. Tell me, have you heard of, since you care so much about Elwyn, have you ever heard of Alec Silverfoot, of Logan Silverfoot?
Twig is rummaging through her shit and she pulls out her shiny new Alex card.
Oh my! She's on a card. That's very interesting. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting her, but apparently we're supposed to be working with her and some of the other wardens of Afera and wardens of the Gemstone Archipelago also. I wonder where else they'll become wardens of. Wardens of the world.
Come to Iverion?
Huh?
Do you think they'd ever come to Iverion?
Well, maybe. I don't know, though. I guess they just kind of go wherever people need them, and it seems like the natives in Afera need them the most right now.
Twig is clutching her card, just fangirling in silence.
So cute.
Just like, maybe.
Get it signed.
God, can you imagine Alec signing? Alec would accidentally tear the card.
Oh my god. You fucking...
Actually, I think Alec would just do a handprint.
Yeah,
That'd be
actually.
easier. Yeah. Anyway.
He's more interested in Douglas anyways. Anyways,
So, right, Keo.
Yes, sorry, we got off task there. That happens a lot with
It's
me.
fine. It's okay. You're doing wonderfully.
Oh, thank you.
So so there's the wardens, and then
Yes.
there's the runaways.
Correct.
Can you just give us a rundown of the runaways? Oh my
Okay,
God, the runaways, 'cause
so-
I don't know what.
A rundown of the runaway, like their names or what they're doing, or
What, like, who they are, what they've found out. I mean, the 13 and all that, because it got mentioned.
okay,
But
yeah,
we only had 25 words. So
okay, all right, I'll do my best. This is just a lot
wait,
that you're asking
Did
for.
time travel get mentioned as well?
Yes, it
Would
did.
be-
So,
Okay, yours is the time travel.
all right. So briefly, their names are Bianca de Song, which you know. Cecily, last name changes every once in a while. Just kind of depends on what's happening in her life. Things have been chaotic. She thought she was the daughter of Odin. Turns out she's not. Turns out Odin's was just trying to use her to do bad things. Not bad things like that, but like trying to use her to open up a door.
Right.
Open up a door that was magically needed to be opened. Anyway, then there's Ashima Peregrine, who is the reincarnation of the great teacher Feum. The great teacher Tongwu, sorry, of the Tongwu path, the reincarnation. It's from Loshar. There are two new people, Karasilla and Morwyn Dulski. They're very nice. They actually helped me out a lot when I was in Bromsgrove for a short period of time. Suni and the twins they're twins, by the way. They had a bit of a rough patch, but I think they're better now. Then there is Suni Kalukatho, who is a bronze dragonborn, brass dragonborn, not bronze. Bronze? Brass. Bronze. He's bronze. Sorry. B words. You know how it is. Bronze, and he, yes, is the one connected to Elwyn. There was also another, his name was Poasa Anoa. He was really nice too, but he also had weird time stuff going on, where his older self came to the present to get him, to take him somewhere else.
Huh.
That was a weird day
Go
for
a
us.
drink with him.
Is that the whole time travel thing that Bianca was talking about? 'Cause
No.
That sounds confusing. Oh, that's not it?
That is the tip of the iceberg, baby. Let me get to the rest of it, all right? So the big time travel thing is all of you know about the heist that happened in Brahmsgrove, right? It was a while ago. There was a dragon egg that was stolen, and the dragon egg was broken and destroyed. And then a war started in the Central Salamander. So the time travel thing they're doing is inside Tyr's temple in Fjarlaleth, there is a temple of time which can be accessed using a magical stone if the magic is channeled correctly into it, and if they channel the magic into the stone and then into the stone into the temple of time, so from one stone to another stone with magic, they can travel through time. And so what they're going to do and what they're doing right now, in fact, what they should have accomplished already, but time is weird, it's strange. I think we shouldn't think about it too hard or else we're all going to come out worse on the other end. They went back in time to prevent that heist from ever happening, which is what I think they're doing right now since that war is still happening in the Central Salamander. So, maybe we'll forget that there was a war happening in the Central Salamander, and then it'll be like this conversation never happened. Wouldn't that be fun?
We're
I'm
in.
confused.
We're here, and the war's happened. If they go back and they stop that war, what happens to all of us? Because it happened.
Well, the war didn't affect you too much, aside from the conversation we're having right now, so I guess you just forget about this conversation. And think
then
about it,
everything
wouldn't
we
we
learned
all
about
be
the
better
runaway
if we
is
forgot
just
about this
gone.
conversation? No, probably just this part of the conversation. Like I said, let's not think about it too hard, or else the hand of God might intervene.
So, Hill, then, have you actually been in the town much?
I went in for a brief bit last night, just to see if anyone new had come in, and the only new person had been that very rambunctious, nice young man, who was singing and jostulating a lot on the tables.
Definitely Alistair.
Oh, yes, I think that's his name.
Yeah, you won't forget him. So,
Well, I have a pretty good memory. I don't forget most things.
Keo.
Yes, Nalfian? Or Nalf? Which do you prefer?
Nalfian's fine.
Sir Doofencockle.
Oh, okay, Sir Doofencockle. That sounds like a fake name, but I'm not going to...
We came up with aliases to go by in the town, so Twig here decided on my name, and Albert Doofencockle.
You know, Twig, I think you and Elowin would get along great.
Oh, I mean, I have technically met her. We
My
don't
goodness.
Talk about that now, though.
I like this neat club we have. People who've met Elowin.
So, the 13.
Oh, that's right, the 13. Oh my goodness. Okay,
Big
yes.
thing. The huge thing.
Okay. So, the 13. Yes. And there's something new that I've learned that I was kind of waiting to share with them in person. Or maybe... I don't know. This is also another weird thing very recently, and I can't talk too much about it now because I haven't done it too much. But I found out that I can communicate with the runaways in the past. I don't know how it works,
Oh, right.
so I can't talk too much on that because I feel like that should be talked about elsewhere first. Please respect my boundaries in this aspect.
Yeah, fine.
Okay. So 13. Now, one thing that I've discovered is that there is... Okay. Most of the 13 have been set free. As far as the knowledge I have and the information I've collected, reason leads me to believe that most, if not all of them, have escaped. And I am sad to say that now, but it seems to be the most likely of things to be true. Many of the Forsaken have found their way to different places all around the world. Or there have been seals that have been found that have been shattered and broken. So, for example, there is confirmation that, let's see, Nakure and Wicker are free, 2 of them. We do also know that Father Parido and Malice are free as well. There is another Kalukathu Goliath by the name of Lorokon. Not only is he free, but his mount is free as well. In fact, something that Bianca has some guilt revolving around, as she was tricked by an entity known as Issen by withdrawing a blade from the beast's chest that caused it to spring to life. She didn't do it on purpose. I want to be clear there. She was tricked.
No, I believe her.
Then there is a Cassius Finch, who's also free.
Yeah, we know him.
Then I'm assuming, and please tell me I'm wrong, but if you've met him, that must mean the other 2 seals within Iverion have been broken as well. The one that held Mezin Kelnos, the clockwork sorcerer.
We saw Mezin actually be released.
Emerald did his best to try to stop it, but
Very well. And then there is another seal in Iverion that we believe is broken as well. Supposed to hold behind it an orcish individual, Mirka, a blood hunter. There have been traces that have shown him to be active. So we believe that his seal is also broken. And in Afera, I do also believe that Anvath, Moonfall, and Morchella, I believe their seals to be broken as well. Which, in all honesty, then only leaves one left. And one seal, unknown to its location and unknown to its inhabitants. But to my knowledge, to the knowledge of all of the scholars within the Hearthstone, to the Hidden Flame, it seems as though there is some great darkness that is moving towards our realm. And we have to do everything we can to try and stop it. Which is why I'm here. Knowing all of these things, I knew that I couldn't sit inside a mountain studying and practicing. The only way I was actually going to help anybody, but it was by leaving. But this time when I left, I did so as a leader, as opposed to as some naive, I don't want to say young, because compared to most of your lives, I'm definitely not young, but to what most Goliath consider young, naive and young, so I left this time as a leader, and I understand how much darkness lies in front of me. And this time, I won't meet it afraid. I will meet it brave and strong, just as my ancestors did before me.
well, we are ready to stand by you and fight. I think it's something that we each of us here have dealt with to a certain extent, and especially since we've been brought together. Trying to put a stop to this. Guess that starts with here. I don't know how long you've been around, but that... whatever the sickness is inside of Wheat Hills connected to Dark One. And we're here to try to figure out what we can do about it.
And I plan to help you as much as I can. And you can see her kind of pat her side, and there's this large brass horn at her side. If you'll have me, for the time that you're in Wheat Hill, I'd like to offer my services. Obviously, I can sense divinity along with one of your companions, looking to Lila and nodding her head.
Yeah.
But I would also like to offer my services, and because of my connection that has already been made to the Dark One, I might be able to help. And maybe 2 sources of divinity might be a good thing. And should things get too bad, this horn here at my side, I blow it, and all 10 of these Goliaths will rush to our aid. Or, should we have time to plan beforehand, they understand the dangers of what lies in front of them. The 10 of them and myself are willing to lay down our lives if it means halting the Dark One in his tracks and aiding all of you.
I would love to have you with us.
I agree. I just think we need to figure out what it is we're doing first. There's a lot of unanswered questions, and not really sure where to start. But you are more than welcome to accompany us as we try to put these pieces together.
Believe me when I say the honor is all mine.
Now we'll smile at that.
Keothi will smile back, and she will pick up her shield and sling around a pack around her back and say, well, unless you'd like to stay here and talk more about the names of people, I suppose we should probably head back to Wheat Hill.
Yeah, now we'll
Yeah.
look up at the sky. Yeah.
We need to go back. There are some things I need to do, so we should head back before it gets dark.
Yeah, luckily you're at about 4, maybe closer to 5 o'clock, so when you get back, it'll be about 6 p.m. So you'll be getting back right as the sun is setting, with plenty of time to spare.
Ooh, Yuri's gonna turn around. She's gonna go, oh, wait. I feel like you're gonna love this. And she's gonna have Lucky turn into his little golden retriever form. This is Lucky.
Hello, hi. Oh, hello there. It's very nice to meet you. Talking primordial dog. You sound a lot like me. Oh, do I? Oh, kind of. A little bit. Similar. Oh, well, that's fun. Yep. Well, that's very nice. You were to see. He is very sweet.
He is. I feel like you two would get along. That's all.
I'm sure we would. And I'm sure we will. I just don't think Joe thought this far ahead, if I'm being entirely honest.
I'm just like,
No, just keep having this dialogue
like
going.
we'll never interact.
I do remember when Keothi had Cat. I do remember that.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Crystal Cat? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, all right. Lucky kind of looks up at Keothi and nods, and Keothi nods at Lucky.
Nice.
They've bonded. Respect. Low tone gang. Alrighty. Cool. So with that, you leave the encampment of the Goliaths as Keothi Kalukatho
Hell yeah.
returns to Wheat Hill with you. Hell yeah, indeed. So with that, another...
Okay, so now Jinx needs to find her way to SC.
Just
Good job,
cycle the
Give cap.
NPCs.
Jin's gotta go to a fair. That's just how it works.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Oh, man. Alrighty. Amazing. So with that, an hour of travel passes. Gate still not shut as you make your way back to the lovely town, I'd say lovely a little facetiously, of Wheat Hill. So you return to Wheat Hill. You can see the city all around you, still bustling and booming with business as life continues on. Even though people are tired and exhausted, this wheel continues to turn all around the city. Commerce and business still has to happen. So, with that, returning back into Wheat Hill, the life of the city all around you, my question to all of you is, where are you going next?
As we're writing, Yuri's gonna lean over to Lila, or talk to Lila because we're on the same one.
Yeah.
She's gonna say, so, do you want to go tomorrow and try that plan with my aunt? Are you still okay with that? Because I know there's a lot of stuff around whether that's actually who we think it is, and everything's gonna... I don't know. Do you still want to try?
Yeah, if you still want to, I'm happy to help.
Yeah.
Especially now knowing that their competitors are family's businesses.
Yeah.
I think that will be a much more natural, like, transition.
Yeah, I found that a little bit funny.
It's hilarious.
We're competitors, apparently. This is great.
Yeah. Not that I'm ever picking up that side of the family business, so no worries there.
No. I mean, my aunt kind of took it over from my uncle, her husband. We were never relate. Anyway, yes, we can either do that technically tonight, but probably out of business hours, or tomorrow during the day, because we have the time between the body and then going and seeing the Huntsman.
Yeah, if you want to do it whenever, I'm willing to do it. I have really nothing besides, you guys going on, so.
Fair enough. Yeah, we can go tomorrow, and then that gives us time to think about what we're gonna say.
Yeah, how we're gonna approach everything.
I really think it's not her. I don't know,
I'm
it just seems
very
weird
curious.
that she'd emerge from something like that and then be a whole new person.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I don't know what, the Dark One or Asmodeus's, like, connection is, but, or how these two things even overlap, but if they do, I know, resurrection magic tends to be a classic among the Dark Ones, so it might not be her, but just, like, her as a puppet. I don't know.
Maybe. I wonder what the game is here. You know? Like, what's the point of all of this?
It is interesting that the one place that was destroyed by fire that seemed to be a harbinger of, like, sadness for you is the one place that's not full of rot.
Yeah.
Again, you're right. I don't know what the game is either. This is not something I've ever dealt with before.
Yeah. It's weird. I really don't know. I mean, it kind of solidifies that I did burn down my family's house. Maybe because that's infected too. Which I knew it was I always thought it was. I guess I clinged on to some kind of hope that it wasn't, but... I don't know. It just seems really weird, this whole thing.
No, it definitely, especially, the information you gave us before even going in here, it just seems like everything's just kind of backwards.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to make sense of it.
Yeah. And Kyo said that she saw that the town all burned and destroyed.
Mhm.
I mean, that's what they wanted. That's what he wanted me to do. So I guess we just need to avoid doing whatever he wanted. Which was kind of the plan anyway. But...
Right. I don't know. I hope we'll get answers tomorrow, at least, going to these places and confronting these people. So.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, are you guys bonding over hair braiding?
Yeah.
Okay. Hell yeah, they are. What else would you bond over? All right. What else is happening?
Oh my god.
Anything else? Any other conversations along the way?
I don't think I have anything.
Okay, so as you are approaching the gates then, right as you're about to enter, like I said, seeing all that hustle and bustle, Keothi will say, so, I want you to know that I am a little flexible when it comes to any given conflict we may get into. So, I can do things one of two ways. If you'd prefer me to be a little more aggressive, to hurt things a little more if they try to hurt you, and to be in the front line with Nelfian here, I can do that. Or if you prefer me to be a little bit more mid-range, lay back a little bit, and serve as a shield when I can do that too. It's entirely up to you. As Keothi is pretty much asking you right now, would you rather her be a level 8 cleric or a level 8 paladin? She can do either one.
I think if we already have one cleric and one like half druid ranger, and then we have a bard. We got a lot of like assist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
set
feel
up.
like Blossom, they're very flexible with doing like that mid-range, and they can also get up close. So I think having someone else that's like dedicated up close would probably be the better call, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree.
Now I have to take the tough feat.
You're one boy.
Yeah.
You're one,
Also,
and Lila's mostly like healing and help stuff anyway. So
right.
I think let's diversify. Get ourselves a paladin.
Yeah.
Okay, alrighty. Cool. So that is exactly what she will do then. So, and let me just double check something real quick. So I built two different character sheets. So I just want to make sure that this is accurate to what I did. Okay. So, Keothi, I know that the initial instinct would be to believe that Keothi would be a Oath of Ancients paladin, but she's not. Keothi's Oathi she's actually an Oath of the Watcher. So her entire thing is that she views herself, in the oath that she has taken, is to protect the mortal realms, protect the realms that are not... It's odd because it's the realms of the giants and the Goliaths. They see themselves not in like a condescending way, but just as sort of like one level above normal humans, because they live so secluded and they try to keep everybody protected and everybody safe as much as they can. So she sees herself as so much more of a protector from outside threats, which is something new that she's discovered about herself in the time she spent training in the Hearthstone. So she hits like a truck. She's very strong, and although she says that she doesn't do the leader thing well, her charisma score would lead you to believe otherwise.
She's doing a great job. I think she's
Okay. So she is definitely in this particular build. of Keothi, which is an odd way to phrase it, but it's just the best way to phrase it. In this particular build of Keothi, she's tough. She does have the tough feat, and she hits like a truck. Still as wise as she ever was, but definitely don't want to be on the receiving end of her, which is two different. I love the contrast between Keothi and Nalfian on the battlefield, where Keothi
by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah.
Versus dump.
So Keothi does use a shield, so I think her AC is something crazy. It's like 21, I think, or 22. Yeah, so her AC is 20. So she has armor of cold resistance, which is plate. Then she has a battering shield, which pretty much is a so she can like push a creature as like part of one of her 2 attack actions and push them away 5 feet and knock them prone, or push them away 10 feet. And then she also has a Mace of Radiance. So it's a D8. And it will do an extra D8 radiant damage. So it's pretty much a 2D8 weapon, and then if she wants to smite on top of that, she can.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Yeah, she is
What a woman.
she's aggressive now. She's very, very ready to hurt things.
She did have quite the arc, so.
She did, yeah. She learned that, like from Ashima, and she had some learning done. So yeah. Some learning. All right. Amazing. So, yeah, that is what we have for Keothi. I'm just going to add a flat damage bonus there. There we go. Okay. Cool. God damn, man. That is a lot of damage. All right, T. So, with that, all of you return to Wheat Hill, and then it is really up to you what you want to do for the rest of the day. As night is still, let's see, it's at this point, I forgot to change the time by an hour from the travel. So what am I thinking right now? Why am I so bad at 24-hour time? 1900. 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. There we go. Whew. That was rough. All right. It's currently 7 p.m., so the sun is now setting. So when you're in the city, you can exist at the night for a while, but just know that the longer you stay out at night, the more suspicious that might seem to any given Children of the Flame child.
Yeah.
I guess would be the
And we're not supposed to meet the
phrase.
Huntsman guy till tomorrow, correct?
Tomorrow night, yeah.
Did we want to look at, take a look at, I guess, the burned down temple area? I don't know if we could get anything from it.
Yeah, it might be a good idea to at least, peruse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How does your Lucy?
Yeah. Now if we'll kind of give Eurydice a look and just say, I know it's not ideal, but if we're gonna get any information, it might be a place to start.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
All right. I do suggest that we don't again linger for too long. Kind of looking up at the sky. It's getting late and too many eyes everywhere. And he will direct Marshall in that direction.
Okay.
Or I guess let Eurydice lead the way. He doesn't know where he's going.
Yeah, Yuri will lead the way.
Okay.
He's not happy about it.
Yeah.
All right. Very.
I can cast Calm Emotions on Eurydice if she wants.
Lost a minute though, bud.
Maybe when we get there.
If she freaks out, if she has a freak out, maybe, yeah.
Okay, cool.
The anti-panic attack
She
spell.
hasn't been back here the entire since it happened, so she's just like, eh.
Yeah, we're gonna head that way, Joe. We're gonna try to be quick about it though, as sunset is happening.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, depending on how suspicious we want to be, I can always pass without a trace us if we don't want to worry.
I think you do that
guess.
just so we like have a little more time before someone like really notices us. Then it might just be better so we don't attract attention.
But it is only for an hour, so I don't know. Do we want to just wait until like we're heading back? So then it's
We're not gonna
actually
be
like
there
when
for
it's
an
later.
hour.
Yeah, but to get there, look around, get back. I don't know.
That's not gonna take an hour, Joe, is it?
No, the town's not that big.
Okay, then she can do it now then.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, in this time, for better or for worse, you cling to the shadows. The shadows cling to you. That is what Pass Without Trace does. It helps you adhere to shadow easier. So, you head towards just so I know. Let me preload this since that's where you're going next. To the burnt down temple, right? Is that what was said?
Yeah.
Not Yuri's family home. Okay, gotcha.
No, that's outside of the city, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah, that's. I was just making sure. That's why I was double checking.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Boom. All right. So with that, you make your way into the city, and right around the bridge, you do make your way towards the destroyed temple. Now, as you do, it is very strange, for one. It's almost like there is a bubble in this area. As soon as you enter, the sounds of nature and life just sort of pop behind you. As you're now somewhere different. You feel this just sort of crawling sensation around your skin. This coldness. And you begin to look around. And you can see there was maybe 4 or 5 homes as well as the temple here in this area. You can see stacks and piles of wood that is just completely rotted through, maggots crawling around all inside. Or even in some places where it looks as though it's decayed so much that the wood is just bent and turned to ash. In so many places. So, as you enter into this small bubble of evil and despair, what do you want to do?
Nalfa's gonna keep an eye out to make sure no one's watching because he shouldn't be the one investigating because he's not very good at that. But he is good at keeping an eye out, so he's gonna kind of like give a nod to the gals while he kind of serves as a scout almost.
Yeah, Yuri will jump down the horse when we get to like the front of the doors.
Oh yeah, the horses are very uncomfortable. You can hear them sort of whinnying and neighing the closer and closer they get to the building.
And she's gonna walk up to where she was when she burned it, when she like set it alight.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to investigate this. I'm totally honest. Is it just? They've tried to rebuild it and everything is just gone.
Yeah, it just kind of depends what you're looking for. Like if you're looking for marks or symbols, that would be investigation. If you're trying to get an overview of the area. Like if you're trying to see if there's any religious influences, like curses, that would be religion.
I'll look for any symbols or anything. If anyone else wants to look for
Okay.
Yeah, Lila can look for like the curses and stuff. And I was actually looking at identify if I do find something. I think I can also figure out like what has spell has like caused some sort of like infection or like effect. I can also drop it if need be, but we'll see what she finds first, if anything.
I've also got detect magic to kind of like help
So do
combo
I.
along
Hell
with that, so we
yeah.
actually know what we need.
I might set off detect magic because I can just do it as an invocation.
Yeah, and because if I do it, then it's just like I lose pass without a trace. So
Okay, Yuri, before she looks for symbols, she'll just set off detect magic.
Yeah. Go ahead and set off. So you set off detect magic and you begin to look around. Now, Fian, go ahead and make a perception check. And then Lila, you can go ahead and make a religion check, and you can do that with advantage because Keothi will help you out. So,
Thanks,
believe it or
Keo.
not, I'm pretty good at this too.
Awesome.
23.
Eh?
Unnatural.
Oh my god, I rolled
What
the
is a-
same thing twice.
What is a natural 23?
I didn't say natural. Never mind.
I rolled a 3 twice, so it's a 12 total, but I'm still upset.
Oh, that is sad. Okay.
That's stupid.
Yeah. So, Lila, you don't, as you're just sort of looking around, there's nothing immediately that you recognize. Nalfian, with a 23, you can see that on the opposite end of the building, which this isn't a small building by any means, it has a fair bit of size to it. You do think that you hear like crunching of sticks and leaves underneath footfalls somewhere around the building.
Coming this way, or just kind of like, it just seems like there is movement over there?
There's movement over there, moving away from you.
Yeah. Nalfian is going to very quietly whisper and just say that to Eurydice and just say, he'll do that. Psst. And he'll like make little feet with his hands and point.
Yuri will set off. She'll abandon the detect magic. She'll just set off the spectral kind of eyes so she can see through walls.
Okay, yeah. So as you see, luckily most of the walls inside the. Oh, have you opened the door yet?
You wouldn't have done yet, no.
Okay. So looking into the door, you can see what looks to be a collection of maybe 10 or 12 people on the inside. Just sort of sitting there huddled around a fire. Sitting there, and you can see somebody enter. And they're saying something in hushed, whispered tones, and you can see all, like, 12 of them start to get up and get ready to leave out of the back.
Yuri will, like, hold up 10 fingers and point inside. And, like, mouth, they're starting to leave.
Through the back door, right? Or through the place where we're just casually standing next to.
Mm-hmm.
Joe?
Yeah, sorry, what's up?
Are they going through the back door or through the door we're coming, or we're standing
Through the
in
back
front
door.
of?
Sorry.
Okay.
Do we
I
see?
could get some eyes on them.
That's
Yeah,
good. Do
probably.
that.
And so she'll summon up her little wild companion, little red squirrel. And we'll just kind of let it wander to the back. Just as if, you know, it's just a squirrel doing squirrel shit. But yeah, be
Nothing to see
looking
here.
at what they're doing. Yeah, it's just a squirrel. Why are you looking at it? Why are
You
a
can
weirdo?
see, Twig, as you do summon the squirrel, it does summon, but the squirrel looks sick summoning it in this area. It'll still do what you want, and it'll still work in accordance with how the rule says, but it does not like being here, and you can tell that it affects the magic that pulled it here. So, squirrel
Yeah.
will hop
And
down.
if they're like leaving, she'll also get him to trace it for as long as the reach is, which I can't remember for Find Familiar. I know it's a decent while.
So with Find Familiar, you can see that it does follow the people. They kind of go up north here to this sort of rocky ledge. They end up going into the water all along this edge, and then they cross into the trees over here, head up north, and then you can see them get over to this wall here, and there is a small grate near this wall right here that they kind of pop off and then leave out this way.
Can I get just a description of them?
Yeah, so most of them look like people who have fallen on hard times. Raggedy, muddy, stained, torn clothing, patches, covering some spots. Your first instinct is to think that these are beggars or homeless people that have chosen an abandoned building to live in, but that's kind of the first impression that you get from seeing them.
And no symbols or anything on them?
Nope.
Unifying marks or anything?
No. Aside from the fact that they're all the same sort of shade and color and have the same look as being lost and afraid in the world, that's really all you get.
Right. Well, whoever they are, they've definitely gone north. I mean, that hunter's meant to be north, right? I don't know if they might maybe relate to him.
We won't know until tomorrow.
Yeah.
If it's empty, maybe we quick in and out.
Yeah. And Yuri will carefully push open the door.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
now she'll actually go inside and look for symbols and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So open the door creaks open, and eventually you head inside, and you can see just an interior that in parts has been tried to be repaired, but almost like any of the burned building that was there initially, anything that they've tried to rebuild, that ash and burn and destruction has just like spread into any of the clear or clean wood. And the entire area looks like it had just been set ablaze yesterday or the day before. In fact, you swear that in places it still is embering. So Nalfian, well, that was the 23 with the passive perception, or with the 23 with the perception earlier. And then you were...
Want me to roll again?
Yeah, just while you're in here. Or are you,
Yeah.
like, just surveying the room, or are you trying to investigate for specific?
He's not good at that. That's not his thing. I do kind of want to bring Echo Nalf out to kind of serve as eyes for outside, and he'll step inside with Eurydice.
Okay.
And yeah, he is looking around the room. Like, just making sure no one's watching them. There's no, like, trapdoors or, like, traps, etc. That's kind of what he's looking for.
Yeah. So,
But I can roll an investigation if you want as
yeah,
well.
that would still be investigation, yeah.
No worries.
As you summon him, Keely's going to lean over to Lila and be like, "That's the Nalfian that I met."
That's the only Nalfian I've met. Well, I guess besides the current one, but the only... Yeah.
Well, you see, what he told me is that there was a shadowy one instead that used to follow him around. And then the old one is the one that went back from the future with us. And then apparently found him and now is his echo. That's really cool.
That is cool, because I did hear about the Shadow Nalf thing, and I guess it made Nalf kind of unbearable to be around, just from what I've been told. He's been perfectly nice ever since I met him, and I've only ever met him and this other one, so...
Yeah. The only issue I had with the other one is he was really kind of sad and mopey, but I can't really be too mean about it because, I mean, you know, he had to do a lot of terrible things. Not terrible, but a lot of rough things. So I hope that he found happiness in the end.
It seems like it. I mean, all of them have such a good vibe and chemistry, and they've made me feel really at home, so I hope you get that vibe too from all of
That's
us.
wonderful. Well, from the hair braiding tips alone I have.
Okay. As then you and Lila, you and Keothi both go back to talking about your religious symbols that you're trying to identify and find.
Cool.
Okay. So, with that, Eurydice, you have Detect Magic, and Nalfian with a 10. Aside from the tracks of the whoever those people that were in here before, you don't really find anything else aside from that.
I also rolled investigation. I got a 19.
19. Okay. Alrighty. So, Eurydice with a 19, looking around the building, you can see that there is, for one, obviously with Detect Magic, this entire area is just infected with some type of dark magic. The thing is, it's not necessarily just necromancy. That's not exactly it. It's also to a degree evocation magic. And even past that, it seems transmutation as well. So transmutation, necromancy, and evocation kind of seem to be the 3 players in this area. Sort of this one magic used to change one thing to another, one magic used to conjure and pull things from different planes or locations of existence, and then the other thing to manipulate, whether it be to rapidly decay or rapidly advance life. So that's transmutation, evocation, and necromancy. So you can tell that those 3 things are all kind of swirling together into just this like gray mist that lingers around the room. This ever-present shadow, like tendrils reaching and grabbing. So you look around with a 19, you can see that there are what look to be different trinkets left around the room. In a smattering of different places, runes carved onto these small trinkets. Some of them look like small, like onyx statuettes of the very abstract form of a man with what looks to be eyes that are painted red. You also find small little trinkets of what looks to be a snake devouring itself, or 2 snakes twisted together, each one devouring the other's tail. And you also see mixed in together with all of this, just broken in a lot of different places, are these circular talismans of a sort, these stone talismans that are painted with a symbol. But all of them are broken. All of them are painted with a symbol that you recognize. And it's something that Keothi and Lila would be able to verify. 3 triangles pointed inward at each other. The symbol of Asmodeus. Now, all of these talismans are broken and shattered across the room. And you find 5 or 6 that do fit back together like puzzle pieces. But the only ones that are still whole and put together are those of the small onyx statuettes of the man and the 2 snakes devouring each other.
Yuri is going to pick up the snakes devouring each other, the statuette, and one of the broken talismans. And she's going to kind of like, she's going to show Nalfian, she's going to show him the talisman. And then she's going to also hold out her hand and show the one kind of burned triangle that she has. That's like 1/3 of the symbol. Something really weird is happening. And it's freaking me out.
Didn't you say Day wasn't a fan of the Dark One?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said that, well, if the Dark One kills everything, he also destroys the 9 hells. It's not in Day's best interest, but...
I mean, if all of his shit is broken here, but the Dark One's isn't, I mean...
Maybe that's why he's so unhappy. Maybe these people that used to worship Asmodeus are now switched over to the Dark One.
Could be, but... I don't know. Can we even trust anything Day says, is the real question.
Nope. Not really.
No, I was gonna, like... Go ahead, sorry.
No, you go.
He was just gonna, like, push your hand to put them down if you were still holding on to them.
Okay, yeah, to put them down. Why did it start with me burning down the temple? And with what happened at my parents' house. It doesn't make sense.
Hear me out. This is just a theory. You can slap me for it if you want to.
Right.
Before everything happens, would you say you were close with your parents?
Yeah.
Right. And you don't think that they would be into any of this weird stuff, right? They were believers in Paylor and all that.
I mean, I was 5.
Right. That was a stupid question. I realize that.
No, it's okay. My parents were nice people as far as I know. They were very kind and people liked them. My father was a farmer or something, and my mum hard. They were
Right.
good people, as far as I know. I don't think they'd be part of this.
Okay, then erase that thought. But maybe, I mean, maybe you're right. The people who once worshipped Asmodeus here, maybe, I mean, the Dark One, he is the father of lies after all. Maybe he started whispering, and maybe they didn't like that. Maybe this wasn't. Maybe it started here. Maybe that's where these dark friends started to gather and kind of hidden in plain sight. One evil, fucked up group converted to another, and Asmodeus didn't like that, and you took care of the problem for it. But I don't know how that explains your family's home.
And then Lila pointed out my aunt's home, which is the one where I got my power and this kind of started. That's not infected. The only thing I could think of, apparently my mum did make a deal. Asmodeus said that she made a deal with him, and then that's how I got born, and then that's how... But I'm not sure I believe him. You know?
Yeah. I don't want to speak ill of your parents, Eurydice. So I don't know about that. I can only speculate this, and it kind of does that thing where he runs his hand through his hair. I'm not seeing the big picture yet. I don't think we know enough.
It might
This is a
be
start.
obvious already, but from what I saw in the ruins of my people in Bella Clara, whatever is happening here, if the same thing is happening at your home, Eurydice, I can guarantee you that what happened here, this infection, and if it's the same at your home, this is the taint of the Dark One. There is no denying that. But then, if it is true that Asmodeus gave you your powers at the house that is just a few minutes' walk from here, and that one has no sign of infection, well then, I don't know. There can be more than one father of lies in any given world. And Asmodeus has a tendency to lie to get what he wants.
Either way, we shouldn't stay here much longer. I don't know when those people will be back.
Yeah, and I feel like I don't want a Children of the Flame patrol to walk by and see what we're
Absolutely
doing.
not. Absolutely not.
I just, as they were having this conversation, I feel, because if we don't want to hang around here too long, because I imagine this is it's abandoned, so it's dusty, and like there would be, evidence and tracks or whatever of where people have been. Like, is we able to get a bit more of an idea of where and maybe even what the group that was in here were doing, / maybe any other potential people that were going through here?
Make a survival check.
Also, Lila,
money on
I mean,
that.
I don't see why there would be any problem with conjuring light. It is a little odd how overcast it is, to say the least.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it would do anything, but I just didn't want to do something that would do anything bad, like set something off.
Oh, yes. Well, that makes sense. Better safe than sorry, I suppose.
And Twig, with a dirty 20, probably the thing that you would be able to tell from that check is that in the central area there is what looks to be some type of basin of some kind that is currently filled with ash. And it seems as though most of the traffic in this area revolves around that basin. In terms of what they were doing, you're not exactly sure, but there was definitely a very repetitive activity that surrounded that basin. And it seems at any given time there could be anywhere between 10 to 30 people in here, judging from the tracks and prints that you can see.
And that little onyx statue thingy with the dark on, was that near where that is?
Well, they're scattered all over the place.
Oh, there's multiple of them. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
that was just multiple of the day thing. Okay.
No,
Wait, are they
there's
onyx statues or obsidian?
they are obsidian because they are the same ones that the Salamander Coast Party found at the very beginning of the
Would
campaign.
Kyo be triggered by memeries
Well,
of that?
yeah, that's what I was just about to get to.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. She would, on top of like you ready to see when you would show those to the rest of the group. Keothi would also say,
It should also be noted, part of the reason I'm so confident that whatever this infection here is related to the Dark One is, those statuettes. The runaways had been given similar ones by a man by the name of Daku, a powerful sorcerer, who was conscripted by the Dark One. Those statuettes, they followed us wherever we went. And, no matter what I do,
and you can see Keothi kind of like reach into one of her pouches and pulls it out.
it's always with me. Doesn't matter if I break it, if I have a curse removed, if I destroy it with magic. It always comes back.
See her, she kind of throws it on the ground and like crushes it with her foot.
I'm sure that in an hour or two it'll be back in my backpack.
I think we should go.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I don't think we can gain much else by being directly here, and
I mean, it does look like whatever kind of worship ritual, whatever happens here. I mean, if it's something that happens a lot, I don't know if maybe we could come back and get a better idea of what it actually is.
that seems like a good idea. I'm just wondering if the Children of the Flame have been here for so long. How could they not have seen this?
That's a great question.
Like the
I
most
mean-
obvious place in town for an evil ritual.
Again, it's not like they're trying to hide it. If we come back, we just need to be careful, because if we get spotted by the wrong people, at this point, I don't even know who the wrong people are. White cloaks, cultists, who knows?
At least
We
you
just
know the
have to-
Goliaths are okay.
You know right?
Yeah.
Kyo? You're damn right.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'm right.
No, nods approvingly. let's leave and figure it out.
All right.
And if we come back, maybe plan something. No, I almost called you Nalf. Joe, is there anything in the basin of the ashes? Like, does it look like... Does, like, just Malfoy's kind of peek in as he walks by it?
No, there's nothing inside it. Seems like whatever was in there has been burned away to a crisp.
Actually, I don't even know if this is something that could be told. But can we tell if it's like what was burned here was like, you know, something like wood, like plant material, or if it was, you know, flesh or some shit, you know?
So I have unburn prepared. So
Hey.
Oh my god.
That's
Unburn
a
that shit.
spell?
yeah.
So it's a homebrew
well, I
spell. Yeah,
thought
it's a
about
good
it
one.
when I
Yeah.
was preparing things. I was like, you're gonna see burnt like half the city, so I might as well prepare
Get her
unburn.
out.
So
What?
Bring it out. It's your
That's
thing.
fucking awesome. I didn't even know that was a fucking spell.
yeah. So
Hell yeah.
can I unburn what's in the pot?
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. So go ahead and if you can drop the spell in there, just so I can.
Yeah, I should be able to do that. Let me
Joe's like,
pull up.
holy shit, I didn't know this was a thing. Oh no.
No,
So it is
I'm the one who first recommended unburn to everybody. So I got it. I just want to read
sorry.
the specifics
Yeah, so there are like specific. I don't know if it can unburn anything.
because I know the big thing that it talks about is books in the spell.
So it starts with corpses, scriptures, and rust, but I don't know if there's any other. Here, let me just put it. Spell book. Do. Unburn. Where'd you go? How do I drop it in the chat? Also, I can't find it.
Ooh. Okay.
Not on. I can find it on D&D Beyond. I can like send it to you.
Here, let me check the.
It's not popping up on my 4th level spell list.
Oh no. That's okay. Here, I can drop it in the chat from D&D Beyond because there's like a
Okay, cool.
D&D Beyond extension that I have that like allows me to import things from D&D Beyond to.
That's so nice.
Yeah. Okay. A 4th level. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, but that is a. There you go. Display in VTT. Okay. Whew. Big ass wall of text. All right.
Yeah.
Restore corpse. Recovers scriptures. Reverse rust. Burn shirt. Cremate or dismember dissolve corpse. Okay. Okay, damn, that's interesting. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you target it? Use your 3rd level spell slot?
I think it's a 4th level spell. I don't think I can. Can I do a 3rd? Oh,
Yeah.
I can. That's why I couldn't find it. It's in the 3rd. I was looking in the. No, it's still not popping up for me.
Oh,
in
there it
the
is.
3rd.
No, I see it.
Wait. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
I'm looking in
Why is it
alphabetical
not
order.
in alphabetical
like
order?
a smart person.
Yeah, I don't, that's weird.
Well, should I cast it at a higher level? Each spell option changes. Can target additional corpses. Recover scriptures can target an area that's okay. I don't need to do that. And then reverse rust. I don't need to do that. Okay, yeah, we'll just do 3rd level.
Wait, but to be fair, like, we're not gonna be doing anything else today. Like, cast it higher, and then if you get extra things, great. If you don't, you haven't lost anything.
That's true. Doesn't hurt anything. Sure, we'll do 4th level. Let's see if we get any answers.
The
Oh.
anthem. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so with that, you begin casting the spell. You channel the magic into the small area that currently has all of this burned away ash. And as you do, there is this... I'm kind of curious. What does this spell look like when Lila casts it? Because I think that this is something that's been done before in other media, but I'm kind of curious as to how Lila's interpretation of the spell works.
Yeah, so under components it said something along the lines of like holy water and then like gold and stuff. So I imagine she probably like holds onto her pendant and then like from her hand, I don't know if she'd have holy water, but maybe like a holy light golden liquid like emits from her hand as it kind of casts over the basin, and the water kind of seeps in almost like a restorative like healing liquid to whatever in that basin. So
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that liquid begins to seep into the ash, turning it into this mud as the magic begins to let out this bright flash white glow. Left behind is a collection of papers. Small notes, all folded neatly and thrown into the basin. There's maybe 15 or 20.
I say we take them and leave.
Yeah.
all
At
right.
this point, we're risking being here, and that's a great fucking discovery, and I don't want to risk us getting caught.
I will grab them all, put them in my bag with my tome, and we will leave.
Okay. Alrighty. So, with that, all of you gather your things, you go to step out of the temple, and as you do, eventually there is that pop that I talked about before, that feeling of leaving that darkness and being back out into the riverside area of Wheat Hill. Now, as you do step out,
Without a trace, still?
Oh yeah, it's still up as long as it's within the hour.
Hell yeah.
yeah. But as you do step out, I'd like all of you to. I'm assuming as you know that it's later at night. I'd like all of you to make stealth checks as you're stepping out.
We've been rolling well today. I've been not looking.
Ooh, man, my stealth is +8. Nice.
I want to use
This is my
stealth on
third
turn luck,
fault.
so I'm gonna add a d10 because that wasn't right. That was straight trash.
Man, remember how you guys like Keothi?
No.
Oh.
Do we get a +10 for passive outros?
Yeah.
13 from Keo.
Oh, a
Oh.
+10 to whatever we roll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
they
well then
all-
I have a 22.
32. Okay. 13 from Keo. Okay. All right. So,
So she got a 23 though.
no. She had a
She rolled a 3.
She rolled a 3. Yeah, sorry. It was in
Oh.
private. Okay. Alrighty. So as you are making your way up and around, as soon as you exit that sort of bubble of corruption, you can see immediately on the road ranks and ranks of children of the flame re-entering the city. It seems whatever were there in Midglen have now returned this evening. And you can see leading them is child Cindered Hunt, making his way towards the temple. As all of you immediately see that, and you tuck back around into the temple and begin to stealth your way around, you can hear them approach, and many of the children of the flame kind of dismount and begin looking around. As you can see child Cindered Hunt, he kind of raises his hand for the rest of the ranks to stop behind him as he goes to investigate himself.
Can we follow that path that we saw those people take and just kind of get the fuck out?
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Oh, hell yeah.
So your stealth checks were high enough. Luckily, nobody sees you. All of you with your higher rolls made up for Keothi slack as you make your way around, and you can see there are maybe 5 or so children of the flame that follow him in as all of them begin to draw their swords, moving closer and closer towards the temple. As you can hear child
Are we
Cindered
like
Hunt say,
Fan out and find them. These ones have been a thorn in his side for too long now. They came to the wrong city. and they'll learn their mistakes.
As they make their way around. Luckily, all of you make your way around the side of the temple, around the stacks of rocks and bricks, and through the river and back into the forest, and are able to easily, through the time that you have, taking your time through the small collection of trees and then back around, you would have more than enough time to make your way around this direction, kind of avoiding them, and then...
Yeah, back to the tavern for sure. It's fucking late.
And then, make your way all the way back to the merchant's last coin after hearing that, but taking the long way around.
Joe, just a phrasing question. When Dravenhunt said that, did he say they've been a thorn in his side? Or did they just say, my? What did he say?
He said his.
Yeah, I wrote that shit down verbatim.
Yeah. I was checking, bitch.
Okay. So you make your way into the merchant's last stand, and you can see, in contrast to what you just... What are you doing, huh?
Alfian.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Look at what
I was
you
trying
did.
to type.
Look at what you did.
I'm not doing that. Now if it is gonna insist we all go upstairs.
Yeah.
Into our room.
And you can see that as you enter, there is this liveliness to the tavern as Alistair is down here playing and singing, stomping his feet, and he waves at all of you as you walk in, and there is just this dissonance with all of you as you just head upstairs, and he kind of... and he continues playing as not to distract too much as all of you head up into your room and shut the door.
So this might...
Oh, that was fucking close.
So, this is another thing I forgot to say when we were back at the camp. So, when I originally traveled to Bromsgrove, when I was still, new and scared of this whole thing, there was a guy who looked exactly like that one. His name was Dravenhunt, and he harassed the people that I was with, and he tried to kill me and the other people that I was with. I wasn't ever sure why. He seemed like he had a real problem with us, and I really, really, really don't know why.
Wait. He tried to kill all of you, even though you were...
Not the
Basically-
runaways. This was a different group of people, but I was there and he did try and kill me. And I wasn't sure why, because I just thought that we weren't doing anything wrong. We were just stopping in Bromsgrove for a few days, and then he attacked us. But luckily, the other two, Morwen and Carasilla, the Dulski twins, they were there and they stopped them. And then I believe he got in trouble or something. I don't know.
Alright. Well, I mean, you don't have to convince us he's an asshole.
Yeah.
And clearly up to something. I mean, it's safe to assume everything he said to us thus far is bullshit, but it's better to stay out of his way than make it a bigger issue right now.
Correct.
And we will keep you as far away from him as possible.
Thank you.
But to see.
As I said, don't worry. I know what I'm getting into. I just wanted you to be aware.
Knuckle nod.
I mean, there are children of the flame everywhere, though. Are you sure you're going to be okay?
Well, honestly, if what he said meant what I think it meant, then I think that it's best we stick together as opposed to divide ourselves. Unless, Nalfian, you have a way to change the way you look. You're quite popular, as I hear it.
Yeah. You can just see this, the realization just kind of hit him.
The thing is that I know is they would never do anything without proof to support their claim. They don't want people to see them as zealots or as crazy.
Too late.
I guess you're right.
I say we just keep to ourselves, avoid Hunt as much as possible. I mean, he let us go last time. Left on, I assume, was good terms. He has no reason to accuse us of anything. He doesn't know... Hell, he doesn't even know that we're in the city. And if he does, It's just another stop onto the way to the college, and that's exactly where we told him we were headed. So again, we haven't done anything wrong.
What if he found Nigel? I mean, that has to be a reason why he's... Well, he let us go, but now wants to find us.
He might not have been looking for us. He had no reason to think we'd be in that temple.
No, it seemed like he was looking for those who ran out already. As for Nigel, I mean, we did give him a pretty good head start.
He was fast. He'll be fine. We should look at these and then get rid of them again. And
Yes.
she's gonna pull out
Reburn.
the note in her bag.
Reburn.
Reburn the reburn.
And
Do
she's
we
gonna
want
kind
to
of
split them up amongst each other and all kind of
Yeah.
read whatever we find?
yeah, but split it up evenly and then give it to everyone.
Divide and conquer.
Now it's gonna lock the door and just kind of lean against it as he's
Okay.
going through his.
So, as all of you begin to divide and conquer, you begin reading the notes. They don't take long to read. Each one of them is only a word or two long. Out of the 25-ish pieces of paper that you find, each one of them just has a name on it. Each piece of paper a different name. Names that are familiar to some of you, but some names aren't. Through your shared work, you find your names: Lila Tatiana, Lady Grace Forrester, Nalfian Bainier of House Forrester, Eurydice Greenleaf, Blossom. You find Keothi's name. You find Cecily and Bianca and Ashima and Suni and Poe and Alec and Varnast and Morgonix. And you find a name Torin and Oyvind. And you find Cyrus. You find so many names all shuffled together in this group. Some names you recognize, one Brandon Bartold. You also find names of people that you've traveled with, people that have been instrumental in your success, Captain Heather Scott. You find other names that mean little to nothing to you. One of a Hubert Shelster. You find one that says Laufey. One that says Master Ashima. You find others that say Philip and Nahara. You find names like Duncan and Grace Baines. All of these names that you're not exactly sure who some of them are, but it seems as though all of them revolve around certain individuals. On some of them, there are streaks and marks that you can see. Some of them are strangely marked. Some leading you to believe that some of these people may have had attempts on their lives, may have had communion, or they might have talked with the Dark One before. But all of these pieces of paper were thrown into that basin and were burned. For what purpose, you're not sure. But it seems as though, with what all of you have done, and what troubles you've caused the Dark One, it seems as though you are rather high on his list of priorities. You find all these names of people that you know are fighting the Dark One, and they sit in front of you in piles and piles. What do you do?
Yuri's gonna pick them up and reburn them. Because we don't want anyone to know that we had these.
All at once or piece by
What do you
piece?
guys think?
I'm also just like, do we want them to be burnt is the thing.
She's gonna pick up her own name and just burn the edge of it and see if anything happens.
It burns like paper, like parchment.
Could anyone do, like, detect magic on it, or?
I can do identify. I don't know if I have detect magic.
I'll set off detect magic.
Immediately it's just plain. No magical anything about the paper or the ink.
There's nothing magic about them. They're just paper.
But part of some ritual, I don't know if it has the potential to do something.
I assume they'd only hurt under the circumstances of that ritual. The marks on the paper.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone have a particularly large number of them? Or any of us or anything like that?
Yeah. So, two people in particular seem to have more marks than any of the other ones. So, in particular, Duncan Baines has several marks on his sheet, and it's hard to tell what any of them mean. They all just kind of seem like gibberish or chaos. But then there's something odd that's happening on the one belonging to Morgonix. You can see the paper is constantly shifting and changing to a certain degree, where it seems as though the sheet itself has not made up its mind.
I think we should get rid of them. We note down maybe the names somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Like in a book or something. In a journal. And we get rid of these. Because, like we said, Draven Hunt won't want to do anything without evidence, but if he finds these are evidence. If he can somehow put it together where we got these, that's not good.
I think, if anything, it is perhaps more symbolic than actually causing harm to us by burning them. Obviously, we're being tracked and followed and kept a very close eye on. And everyone we've spoken to or interacted with that has helped us is here. And I don't know. Maybe it's a ploy to use those people against us. Maybe it's to take them out. But if there's nothing magically binding them to us, then I agree. We should get rid of them so we don't have evidence pinned on us.
Yeah. Do you two agree?
Yeah, I assume these are just people that we know and we have been tied to and that are all woven in this mess together, right? Like, we don't really need to have record of that necessarily.
Yuri will note down the names that were in there, just because I guess it's good to know who they're keeping an eye on, especially in terms of like the NPCs we've met.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll note down next to Duncan and Morganix that weird stuff is going on, and then she will, because hers is already in her hand, she'll burn it,
Mm-hmm.
and then one by one she'll burn the rest, and she'll leave the Isles crew till last. Doesn't really want to, but then she'll burn those two.
As you burn them individually, seems to have no effect on any of you. Aside from the tension and then relief that you have after the piece of paper is burned and nothing happens. Yeah, a little bit. Still does fire damage, but it's a little radiant. Okay.
Maybe when we go to your house, you're to see we're gonna find something very similar. And because whatever the hell they're doing out there is almost feeding this sickness, maybe that's why they can't do anything about it. These meetings, rituals, whatever's happening, seems as long as they continue, the sickness isn't gonna leave.
I just don't like the idea of having helped the Dark One, particularly.
I mean,
Tomorrow.
in fairness, I think we're all kind of responsible for helping one of them being unsealed. One of the 13, that is. So I think we're all a little past that point right now.
Yeah.
I think we get more information tomorrow. Lila can pull what we can from that body. Meet with this Huntsman. Maybe even go out there and see what we can find.
We
And
can't go to my parents' house yet.
alright, that's okay. We don't have to. We can do this first.
Okay.
But I think Keothi's right. I think we need to stick together. And if we see a horde of them walking down the street, well, best of us take the other way around.
Yeah. Joe, is it dark out already now?
Oh, yeah. At this point, let's see, it's about 8 p.m., 8:30.
Okay. Eurydice will mention that she is going to go down and talk to the barmaid woman for a bit because she just wants to ask some questions. If anyone wants to go on with her and see how Lister's playing.
I mean, Nelf will go downstairs just to keep an eye on things.
Yeah, Lila could probably use a drink, but if Twig doesn't want to be alone, she can also like chill up with Twig.
Yeah.
Twig also wants to talk to Lila, so you know.
Okay, we'll chill up there. Lila can be like studying, and then we can chit chat.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Yuri's going to go down and she's going to find Isolda.
Okay. Yeah. So you head down and you can see that there is a fair bit of life in the tavern itself. As you head in. So there's quite a bit of action happening down here, and you can see Alistair sort of smiling and waving and saying, "Ah, yes, well, of course, it was so lovely to perform. Oh, watch out, don't break that. Too late, it looks like." Well, listen, all of you have been wonderful. What do we say to a few more, right? Just a few more? Yes. Oh, and look at our new participants in the audience. Look at you. I see you tucked away in the corner over there. And you can
Yuri's
see a few...
going in a different disguise. It's a different disguise is on now.
You can see him pointing to a corner of the common room where it looks like there are 5 or 6 children of the flame gathered surrounding each other. Yes, well, I see you over there. What do we say? A song for the children of the flame, right? Our valiant protectors, huh? Yes. Now, I understand that it's a Macavian hymn, but right, we're all part of the same party here. Bastion and defenders of the light, huh? Yes. Well, Settle in. And with that, you can hear him begin to go into a little bit more of a raucous interpretation of thy flame will burn across the land. As he begins to descend into that, you can... There you go. You were to see, make your way over to the... over to Isolde, who is smiling that there is so much action happening within her tavern, and is rather happy about it. So you make your way over to her, and she smiles and says, "Oh, well, hello there. Is there something I can do for you?"
Hi. Yeah, I'd love a drink.
Of course.
But I also had a question. So I'm from the College of Hofcrest. I was just kind of passing through, and I had a friend who I think she was from here. We didn't meet loads. I saw her at the library a few times. So you read to see Greenleaf. She said that she was from here. I was wondering if you know around, where she might live, where I could find her.
Oh, girl, I'm so sorry you didn't hear.
Hear what?
Oh, there was a nasty string of fires a while ago. And, well, sorry to be the one to break this to you, but, Ayara was raising her ever since her parents passed when she was a young child, and sadly she died in those fires.
Oh. Are they really?
Oh, yeah.
How could there have been so many fires? How could that have happened?
I wish I knew, dear. A lot of us wish we knew. In fact, it's something that, well, it's something that apparently it's something that the Huntsman took very personally.
Oh.
To lose someone so young, innocent, just seems unfair, you know. A lot of us here, we look up to the Huntsman because it seems as though he's the only person that's willing to stand up for us, especially against, she kind of leans in, the white cloaks.
Yeah. Did he lose someone in the fires, or was he just... I don't know. I never heard of them.
No. Huntsman? No, there was a fair bit of time where, most of us think that they're a fae spirit of some kind. Comes to help us when we're lost, when we need them. There was a fair bit of time where didn't grace our city anymore. Maybe, maybe 18, 20 years ago, they just kind of stopped. Till recently, right after those fires, so they came back in full force. Anytime the Children of the Flame had been bothering us or trying to harass people, they'd... Well, maybe it was this spooky, scary, dark one they always talk about, but... Killed the White Cloaks, but... I always hear stories about corpses riddled with arrows. I don't know.
Thank you for telling me. You said that her aunt is still in town.
Ayara,
The
yes.
one that was raising her?
Yes, apparently she, after the fire, she was, so grief-stricken by losing her husband and then her niece that she buried herself in her work. Never comes out anymore, only stays inside, barely talks to people, but up until
Well, as I'm sure you... Oh, were you traveling with with another person from the college. You can see her kind of stop, like, for a moment, like, I'm going to say the name, and nope, never mind.
Another person from the college.
Oh, well, never mind. Unless...
I know Lila's here somewhere. I mean, we're great friends. I'm not here with her, but I knew she was around the area.
Oh, great. Well, no worries then. We just had been sending word to the college for a while about the, nightmare situation.
That sounds awful. That sounds... You know, when I get a nightmare, I can't sleep. It ruins your whole night.
Oh, yeah. And you can see this very, like, heavy smile on her face. Like, I'm trying to stay positive.
You're like a bitch. She'll go, oh, well, do you know if you... I don't know if it's a big town or not. Do you know if Eurydice's... I don't know much about fires. Buried somewhere I can go to just pay respects, say goodbye?
No. Well... Both of the, bodies that were found, know that it was a man and a woman's body, found in different parts of the house, but they were burnt to a crisp. Almost as soon as they were touched, they turned to ash.
In that house.
Aye? She nods her head.
Give me a minute, was like factory reset. Okay. Sorry, where did you say those bodies are? They just weren't buried because they were too burned.
Aye, they were turned to ash. They tried to collect what they could and throw them in the river, so they're, at least still with us in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
But, darling, are you all right? I hate...
Yeah, I've got something in my throat. Can I just have a drink?
Oh, of course. It's on the house. And she pours the drink and sets the small, what looks to be some type of heavy liquor, especially because of how you're reacting. Probably some type of like scotch or bourbon as you throw it back. And it stings, but whew.
Yuri needs it. I fucking need it.
I need it.
She's gonna, yeah, I think I'm just really choked up. She was really nice. Yeah, I'm so sorry. That must have been so tough. All the fires. Thank you for being so open and for the drink. I might go find Lila, good shoulder to cry on, just say hello. This is so shocking.
I'm sorry to be the one to have broken it to you.
It's okay. It's alright. Thank you, though. And she's gonna kind of put a gold piece down anyway, head a little bit up the stairs, change into the other disguise that's like older twig, immediately slide an Alfie, and go, Alfie. Alfie.
What's going on?
It's not my aunt. It really isn't. They found bodies in the house. The one that burned down, where apparently no one died, and they think I'm dead. Because they found a body, and they thought it was mine. It's hers, and there was a man's body as well. There was no man in that house.
Alright, slow down. So... Because his eyes are like, they go wide as he's putting it together. So
Yeah,
who the
she
fuck
died.
is in charge over there?
Yeah. Good question. And who's the man?
It's the man, yeah. And your aunt wasn't seeing anyone?
I don't think so. Her husband died a while ago, and she wasn't the most popular person. I don't... And they think
Okay,
I'm
alright.
dead. They think I'm dead.
That's good, right? I mean...
It's like partly.
I mean... Okay, alright.
And the Huntsman, right? Apparently, he disappeared like 18, 20 years ago, and then he came back right after the fires, right?
Right.
And he might be some phase spirit, or he might not be, but that's a really weird coincidence.
Right. Okay. Well, maybe when we go see him tomorrow, he'll know more about what exactly happened. Maybe he can put a face to the name and identify the man that was in the house. But you don't remember at all. Here I am, ever having a relationship, a good friend.
Yo. Yo, do I remember anything?
No.
That night, I went to her room, shut the door, there was no man in the house.
But there was a body found.
There was two bodies.
Hers
when-
and someone else walked away from that. Alright, how about this? Is it possible that your aunt made a deal with Asmodeus? This is just a theory.
I don't know. It's possible she maybe is Asmodeus. You know, like he just decided, oh, great, business.
Seriously, I swear if we walk into that place and fucking Uncle Greenleaf is at the...
Well, he was selling apples from Wheat Hill.
Do you think he's really there?
I don't know. I mean, he's got his name written all over this damn town, and then... Right, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
When Day showed up and gave Yuri her power on that night, did he appear in any physical form? Or did he just talk to her, give her power, and then set her free?
The latter of the two.
Right. Who's the dude? Yuri's having a bit of a freak out, I'm not gonna lie.
Now's gonna like signal to be like, you can just bring the whole bottle. I'm just gonna like take her by the hand. Like I said, though, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. People think you're dead. Why would they be looking for you, right?
Well, yes, but that means if anyone figures out who I am, it's not great, is it? A whole string of fires where people died, and turns out one of the people that died didn't really die, and is now back here with flaming tattoos.
He's like trying to shush her as she's kind of raising her voice. Listen,
Sorry.
it's alright. No one's gonna know that. Alright? You are Violet. Alright? As far as anybody knows, who's asking questions about this person? You've been dead for years, supposedly. So why now all of a sudden would people be asking about you? Right? So, if you're ready, and if you think you can do it, maybe tomorrow, after we take a look at the body, get some answers there, we head over. I mean, it is a marketplace after all. We'll go like we're buying stuff and scope it out.
Me and Lila were gonna try and talk to her because, well, apparently Tatiana rivaling. So, thought it'd be more natural, and I was gonna go along, just in different disguise, so that I could suss things out and see what's up. This is not my aunt. I don't know who this is.
I mean... Nalfi, and when the drink gets there, it's just gonna pour a very large amount and just slide it towards Eurydice.
She drinks it very quickly.
As he will pull her arm down. A little bit at a time. Don't need to drink the whole thing right away. We'll figure it out. Who knows, maybe, like I said, this is a good thing. Who this person is, however, beats the shit out of me. I think the guy seems to be like the biggest mystery. If you can't think of anybody else who'd be there. We'll figure it out. Right now, just process. He'll pour a little bit more wine. Process.
I'm trying. It's just a lot. And then Huntsman, who apparently disappeared literally the exact same time my parents died, and reappeared the exact same time I left. Seems weird. Seems weird to me.
It seems like a coincidence, but nothing's ever just a coincidence anymore.
No, and he's a wood elf.
But you think you're related, maybe?
I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know anything at the moment.
All right. Breathe. We are 24 hours away from answers. Getting your mind all in knots is not going to help. Piece it together, but we need more information, or we're just going to run in circles.
Right. She's just
Alright.
gonna like lean on his shoulder, just like about to cry. Like she's just
Yeah, he'll put his arm around her and just try to give her as much comfort as he can.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So the two of you do have a small, brief moment, a hug. And as the two of you are sort of sitting there, Blossom, as she's been down here this entire time, just keeping an eye on him, on Alistair, will make her way over towards the two of you and kind of sit down and say, so, I saw you rush in with that other woman. Is everything all right? I understand that with how you were looking, it's probably not, but I just wanted to make sure. And she kind of looks at the halfway empty bottle.
Yuri just like nearly saw it. She's
Yeah, I know you're sitting down, but you're gonna want to sit down for this. And Alpha's gonna tell her everything. Recount what happened today.
Yeah, wow, that sucks. Okay. Okay.
Anything here? Is he staying out of trouble?
Yeah, he's staying out of trouble. He, every once in a while between performances, he'll kind of sit at a table, talk to people for a little bit. Tomorrow morning when the tavern's empty again, he's going to give you an update on what he's found out. And from what he's told me, generally he's got a good feeling about things.
It's better than nothing. More and more questions seem to be popping up than answers, so...
Mm-hmm. There were a few times where he did get a little, Remember how we met him and he was yelling at somebody about 3 times his size?
Yes.
That is a common trope with him, and needless to say, he's been very thankful that I've been here today. Or else he would be a few teeth shorter.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Blossom.
Of course. All right, well. Okay. Well, then
Why don't you go get some sleep? We'll
Yeah.
take it from here.
Yeah, I'd love a break from him. Oh, man. He needs to learn a few more songs, too. Oh. She'll get up and she'll head upstairs.
Yeah. Now we'll just kind of, like I said, just spend the rest of the evening watching Alistair, make sure he doesn't get into too many fights, and just trying to comfort you to see the best he can.
There are a few times where you do have to intercede. And that's okay.
Right?
We can, yeah, we can just expedite our way through those. And I will say that before Twig does go to sleep, Keothi does play a round of Kingdoms and Castles card with Twig.
Oh yeah.
Because Twig, Keothi also really enjoys Kingdoms and Castles.
Best friends.
She was one of the only people that willingly played it with Bianca.
Once, like, I imagine, like, Kira's made that offer, Twig won't shut up about, like, playing, you know, whenever they've got a free chance. I hope she knows this now.
Oh, Keothi's down. Keothi loves it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Got a tournament to prep for, man.
Yeah, you gotta get them hours in. Okay. Alrighty. So with that, all of you eventually finish out your evening. Was there anything else before the sleep came that you guys wanted to talk about?
Yes. While Nalf and Yuri were down and Lila Twig were up, before Keothi comes in. This is a long... Okay. Anyways, Twig wants to talk to Lila. Is the crux of that statement.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, Lila will probably just be like writing and like trying to like organize thoughts and everything for her dissertation. So she's available.
Are you busy right now?
Um, just working on my dissertation, but no, nothing that would keep me. What's up?
Right. And well, you can say no, of course, but I just can I ask what your nightmare thing was from the other day?
She will slowly close her notebook. Yeah, that's fine. We seem to be the ones that were affected the hardest, so
Well, I mean that's why I wanted to know. I mean, the others were able to get out of it, but I know I couldn't, and well, I guess you couldn't either. But since then you've still just you're always so cool about things. So I didn't really know what you would even be afraid of. I mean, especially seeing the way that you talked to Colette when, that whole thing was happening. I just it seemed odd.
oh, thank you. My nightmare was about my relationship with my dad in particular. And you'll start to see that her hair and her skin start to turn lighter as she starts to talk about it kind of gradually throughout the conversation as it's a more solemn subject. So she's starting to turn into that winter kind of tones. Um, there's just a lot that he expects of me and has always expected of me. Even when I feel like I'm outdoing everybody. And yes, while that's fun, it's also rooted in trying to please him and my mom. My great grandfather was an Eladrin, and he did really, really great things. And so I was the next Eladrin born in our family. And so that means I have to be the best and do some of the greatest things and even more expectations that I'm not really sure I want that, but I also really want their approval deep down. So, the first part of my nightmare was just the embodiment of me disappointing my father, and then Finch or Cassius showed up, which, I mean, I've always had a rough relationship with that professor, but I think the thing that really got me was on our journey before I met you guys, and really before I knew who he was. I almost felt like we were finally having an understanding with each other after all these years, and then it just got ripped and twisted, and I'm just was so confused by some of the things that he said throughout the years. So, and then, are you sure you want to know everything? Because it gets darker from there.
Well, I mean, only what you want to say, I guess.
I mean, I don't mind. It's just not wonderful, but he had killed my sister and basically made a undead version of her, all just to play on like all of my fears, basically, of like losing someone close to me, the confusion I feel still that is unresolved with Cassius as a professor all these years, and then just my father and our relationship. And I think that's what was keeping me from being able to break out, was that there were so many unresolved things for me that I guess I really do need to probably focus on more in my not dreaming life. But it was hard, and I can't say that it didn't affect me. It just really was more of a reminder of things that I really need to face.
So, that's what you've. So you've taken it as a positive thing, I guess?
Yeah, about as positive as I could make it. Definitely don't want to face those things, if that makes sense. How are you doing? And you don't have to talk about yours, but it does seem like, you might want to.
I don't know. I guess I'm not as good as handling that kind of thing as you are.
Well, you're only 16, to be fair, so I don't know if I
Well-
would have handled anything as well as you do at your age.
Well, I'm not quite 16.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. You act
No,
older.
it's. Oh, thank you. I think. I don't know. I guess. I mean, you know about the Forrester things, right?
Yeah,
I
from
mean,
what I've been
even
able
from
to
the beginning,
gather.
you knew about it, and well, so I guess I. There's another place though in Sandpoint. I mean, you've been told about it, so you would know, I guess. But mine was there, and well, Alfian and Din were there, but I guess they really didn't want to be. Only because I was there. And so, well, Din just left. But Alfian stayed, and he was just cruel, and he's never cruel. He's never been cruel like that. And for as much as I wanted to know that it wasn't real, it's not like it all was just lies. And well, I guess maybe it is something a little similar to you. I meant to be able to bring back the Foresters. And I guess to those expectations, but it's not like I knew how, but I just knew I didn't, that it didn't work. And I couldn't do it.
It does seem like we have some similar things going on, that a lot's expected of us, and we're just who we are, trying to navigate it, and no one has any answers for us. We have to figure it out on our own.
I mean, I feel like for you, though, you've already seemed to, well, done a lot that would make your father proud, right? I mean, surely as head of the college, he'd be, well, more than excited about you doing that whole dissertation. I mean, the amount of time you spend on it, right?
Twig, you won't believe. He couldn't have paid less attention to what I was saying. He passively just listened, heard that I needed a boat, and knew that I needed a professor to help guide me, and then he set it up, and he was like, "Is there anything else?" and just left me from that point.
I thought if anything he'd care about, your academics.
Oh, he does. When I don't overperform, it's bad. But when I do overperform, it's just what I should be doing. It's hard, you know? I mean, you have so much on your shoulders right now. And then I just have, honestly, just pressure from above. I can only imagine what it feels like for you as well, like learning and discovering kind of everything, and then having the choices, and I assume the want to bring back the Forrester house.
Well, I definitely do. I don't know how much you know about what happened, but even from what Bishop Redimni was saying today, it wasn't right.
No, it wasn't. I'm really proud of you. You've done so much for your family's name. It's really impressive. I probably don't know as much as you, Nalfi and Eurydice, as I'm only piecing things together and just things that I've heard from my studies, but you've already kind of begun, And like I said, only age 15, right?
Right.
So that's pretty amazing. For what it's worth, you've been doing a lot of things right from at least my perspective.
Well, thank you. I feel like that means a lot, especially coming from someone like you. I just hope things turn out right.
I think they will. I'm pretty hopeful about that. We've got some really good people here, and you've got a really good head on your shoulders. You're very talented.
Again, thank you. She's just gonna move forward and hug Lila.
Yeah, she'll give her a hug. And then she'll also pull away and say, "Are you conflicted about anything between you and Nalfian or you and Din, though? That seemed to be a sore spot in your dream, right?"
Right. I don't know. I know it's stupid. I know that. Well, especially now that wasn't Nalfian, that he would never do anything like that. And well, I hope Din win it as well, but I don't know. It's Nalfian is Sabanier, and even if he doesn't want to, it's not like that hasn't caused problems before. And well, I hope Din's okay, but I hope that he didn't have any problems with me or I guess anyone, but it's hard because it's not like things in there weren't true, right?
Right.
And Din can do the same thing as you can and message people, but it's not like he's ever said anything to us. Not since we left, at least. And so, well, I guess it's hard not to worry that maybe I was just missing something.
I don't think you need to be worried about that. Not that that's going to solve your problem by me saying that. Um, but I know what it's like to be very afraid of letting people down. And it's a lot easier said than done to say that you're not going to, or that they do believe in you, but that might be something we both have to help each other kind of understand, is that, at least from what I see from Nalfian, granted I never met Din, but he sounds like a great guy. Nalfian really loves you and cares so much about you that you could do next to anything, as long as it's something for the that you genuinely want to do and feels right in your heart. I think Nalfian would support any decision you make.
And I mean, I feel like I know that. It's just
I know.
sometimes it's hard to remember that feeling, I guess.
Yeah. I know. We can help remind each other that we're enough, though. Because you are. You're more than enough. And you're going to do great things. You've been doing great things. So I can, without a doubt, say that the path that you're on and the life you've been leading will only lead you to more great things.
Right. Well, thank you. And I feel like the same thing can be said about you. I mean, you kind of just came with us without really knowing everything, and well, I mean, you're still working hard on what you're meant to be doing anyways for your dissertation. I mean, I hope your father realize how much you've really done already.
Thank you. To be fair, my professor was an evil creature being thing, so I didn't have much choice in the first place, but I'm really, really glad that of all the people I could have ended up with, I ended up with you guys. I feel very blessed. I feel like Corleone really wants me here.
And so, what do you plan to do once we've gotten to Pathcrest?
Well, first I'm going to give my sister the biggest, longest hug, and she's going to be very annoyed that I won't let go. I'll probably talk to Professor Elon Ray before I meet up with my father to give him more details, because Elon Ray has been basically like a second dad for me. Might as well be an uncle at this point. And then I'm going to approach my dad and tell him everything, and hopefully he'll believe me, and hopefully that'll help us, and hopefully that'll start to solve some of the problems, at least in one part of the world. Because I know he has the power to do so, but I just don't know if he'll listen.
And so, after all that, are you gonna stay, or do you want to stay with us?
She's gonna smile. Yeah, I think I do. I really feel tied to you guys, and I can't let you guys go fuck up the Dark One by yourselves. It's personal now. Not only with you guys, I feel like I've built a really wonderful connection with each and every one of you, but also I have some responsibility too to help you guys and help the world. I don't want to be passive.
Well, I'd certainly be more than thankful to have you along then.
She's gonna give her another hug.
Oh.
A little tighter this time.
All the hugs.
All the hugs.
So much hug. We got this, Twig.
Hell yeah.
Amazing. So, with that, as the conversation winds down, eventually Keothi comes back in. Twig, you and Keothi play some kingdoms and castles.
Big Herb whoops her ass.
Yeah, Keothi enjoys the game a lot, but she's not competitive at all. Where, like, she might make a mistake and just be like, oh well. And, like, not ask if she can, like, go back a second. Like, as soon as she lays a card down, she's laid it down, even if it's not ideal. And Twig is a professional. Twig destroys Keothi.
Yeah, whenever she makes those small mistakes, she'll be like, ah, ha, ha, you fell into my trap. A mistake you have made.
So, you complete and you win. And eventually Lila and Twig and Keothi, you can see Blossom heads up, and Blossom and Keothi make their introductions. And you can see the two of them seem to get along rather swimmingly right off the bat. But then eventually the night continues on, and Eurydice and Nalfion also head to sleep after Alistair finishes his performance. Twig, however, as you're getting ready to go to bed, you kind of lay down and just thinking about the conversation you had with Lila, thinking about how happy it makes you to know that someone like her is going to stick around. You can feel this small surge of magical energy near you. And you hear a voice.
Hi, Twig. It's been a while since we've talked, and I just wanted you to know that I miss you, and I hope you're staying safe. Love, your cousin, Brandon.
This is something I can respond. Hold up.
Yeah, something you can respond.
Oh, my dumbass is panicking.
It's good to hear from you again. A lot's happened, I feel. But we've got new friends, at least, I guess. Hope things are okay there.
Pretty sure that's 25.
Yeah, that's okay. If it was 26, if you were counting, eat a dick. That's all I have to say. So it's a sweet moment. Let it happen. As you, as you're getting ready to head to sleep, you get that message from Brandon, and you smile and have a small bit of happiness, and you can see in your room, Blossom and Keothi are just kind of talking, seeing you get ready for bed. Keothi had gotten another room so she could stay in the same building as all of you. And Blossom, you can see her kind of linger in your room a little bit, Lila and Twig, as she kind of looks over towards the two of you, and for a brief moment, she kind of just says to the two of you, I just wanted to let both of you know that I'm very appreciative for all of you. And I know this might seem out of the blue, but it's just nice to be around people like you, especially after getting to talk to that Keothi lady. Just kind of funny how people like you just fall into place like this.
Aw. Thank you. I can definitely say the same about you. Really glad you're around.
Yeah, I mean,
Not to change the mood, but there's no reason why you're bringing this up now, right?
no, not at all. I just it's just I don't know. I've been thinking about what I saw the other night in that keep, and it just seems like there are a million and one things that are trying to tear us apart and make us doubt the love we have for each other. And I want you to know that no matter what things try and do that, I'm always going to stand by your side, regardless of whatever a nightmare or dream may have to say. And I hate to speak for everybody else, but I can feel pretty confidently that everybody else who's with us right now feels the same way.
Lila will reach out for her hand. I agree. And if you need to talk about the dream, I'm all ears. If you want to.
I appreciate it, but I think it's one that I just have to sit on for a while.
I get it.
Well, I appreciate the both of you a lot. And I suppose I'll see you tomorrow morning.
See you in the morning. Try not to have any more nightmares, but I know that's going to be really hard.
Yeah, she kind of sighs and then heads out of the room to the room her and Nalfian share. Okay. So, Blossom heads out. You ready to see Nalfian as you guys were down there? Were you guys talking about anything else?
I think Eerie would have just kind of thanked him for being a pillow. Letting go. I think she will say at some point. She's probably drunk a little bit, drank too fast, considering Eerie doesn't drink a lot. And just kind of like with her head on his shoulder, she's been listening to Alistair play.
Mm-hmm.
And like during one of the quieter songs, she will say, "You know, my mum was a bard. She lived near here. She was really popular. I wonder if she played there too."
I bet she did, and I bet she was great.
Mm-hmm.
Better than Alistair. Which, isn't really a high bar to pass, but...
No, no, probably not. Maybe she's where I get all of my great dancing from. You know, that whole performer side of my family.
Let's hope she was a better bard than she was a dancer, then. And he smiles at that. He's
Oh,
He's
wait a
joking.
moment. Did I just hear the word dancing? I think I did. You know what? Why not one more song to end the night out to get everybody ready for bed so that way they sleep soundly tonight? What do we say? To a jaunty jig. As you can see, Alistair kind of narrow his eyes at the table. Not a good enough bard, huh?
It was just a joke, friend.
Come on, I feel like we've not danced in a little while. Maybe it'll tire us out.
I just look at Eurydice, look at the bottle of wine that's almost half gone on the table.
She's not drunk that much.
Okay.
She's okay.
Okay, yeah. He'll take her by the hand, and they'll dance.
Okay.
Show Alistair what's up.
Yeah. Okay. So you can see that there is a fair bit of energy, as it is this very easy, like, sort of cyclical, almost like a line dance, where there are these steps that all of you know. and you can easily step back and forth and switch and turn and just moving rhythmically to the steps. And both of you are good enough dancers that there are no checks necessary unless you want to try and go hard.
Nah, I think tonight is just tensions are high. A lot of questions, not a lot of answers. You know, it's just good to forget a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, you make your way to the dance floor and you continue to dance, and just to blow off some steam, just having a little bit of fun. As you do that, you continue to dance back and forth and all around until eventually it gets to be about 11:30 midnight, as you can finally feel yourself begin to tire out from having slept in a little bit today. But with all the energy, all the moving around, you do eventually exert yourself, and you feel as though you could easily head to sleep. You're not sure how restful the sleep will be, but
Yeah,
you-
if that's the case, Nelf will
Yeah.
walk Eurydice up to her room, and make sure she actually gets to bed.
I'm fine.
And
I
he'll
just-
give her a hug before. How are the rooms split up this time? Just wondering. Just like I feel all the girls, Lila, Twig, and Yersi in one room, and then Blossom and Nelf in the other.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll hug Nell too. And she'll just kind of like hold on to him for a little bit. Yeah. And then she'll say goodnight and she'll go to bed.
Nalfian's just gonna kinda, I don't know, just kinda playing back a few things over the last few days. Just gonna kinda stand in the hallway for a little bit.
Okay.
Does she notice that he doesn't go straight to his room?
Yeah, unless you're trying not to be seen, yeah.
I mean, he's just kind of being awkward and just standing out there. I think for a long time, and like every now and then he just kind of looks at his hands, looks at his sword, particularly like the hilt for a long time. Yeah, he's just being an awkward bean.
She'll kind of slowly step back out for a second. You okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
You sure? You're staring at your hands and then your sword.
Yeah. He kind of like opens his mouth like he's gonna say something. Yeah. Good night, Eurydice. And he's
Before
gonna.
he puts his hands away, like from me staring at them, she will just kind of take them. Don't think so much. Okay, if you've got a feeling, if you've got a thing, if you've got words that you want to say, the longer you think about it, the less likely you are to say them. And you overthink what you're going to say. And do. Okay? Used to not think at all, and now you think too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So stop.
I just want to be. This wouldn't be something that people aren't afraid of. You know?
Yeah. None of us are afraid of you. I know that's not helpful, but anyone who knows you, really, is not afraid. Okay? And that cloak helps. But it's not... That cloak doesn't help because of anything other than just showing who you are. And what you stand for, as opposed to what people think you are.
Yeah, this isn't shouldn't be about me at all. I want you to also know that I am here for you. Everyone in that room and the one behind me. We're gonna figure this out, and yeah, I'm gonna go to bed.
Alfin, we know.
Yeah, I know.
And, she's gonna kiss him. Just for a second, just quickly. We know. Okay.
Yeah. You should go to bed. Yeah. Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah. And she's gonna turn around and go to bed.
Okay. Alrighty. So as the two of you were talking in the doorway right there, as you had gotten done, the rooms aren't huge, so Eurydice, you shut the door as Nalfi and you head across the hall into your room, and Eurydice, as you begin to sit down, ready to head to bed, does anybody want to do anything else?
I mean, I figure like everyone else is asleep at this point, right?
I was like, if Lila's awake and she sees Eurydice blushing, she'll say something. But
I would say because of especially how loud that jaunty jig was that he last played, Twig and Lila were probably waking up. As Nalfine, you go into your room, you can see Blossom like grabbing like a club and is like, "That's it. I'm gonna go shut him up right now because I'm trying to sleep."
Then with her groggy eyes, she'll just turn to Yuri, give her like one of those sleepy smiles, and then kind of focus in.
Hi.
Good night.
The dancing was great.
Dancing. And then she'll roll over.
She's just going to bed.
Nalf is going to laugh at Blossom, and he's gonna gather up his stuff and give Lila a look. And not Lila, Blossom. And grabbing like a blanket and a pillow. And he's gonna go next door and set up like a blanket and pillow by Twig's bed, and he's just gonna lay there.
Okay.
So just like as he's getting in the room, I imagine whilst bloody Lila and Eurydice are having a like kind of conversation.
Alfie just walks in. Hey guys, what you guys talk about?
That's even funnier.
Yeah, and as soon as Nalfi and Twig probably was like in the process of getting into bed and all that, but she's just gonna get up, go over to Nalfi and not say anything and just
Alfie will hug her very tightly. And probably not let go for a little bit.
Yeah. So, two of you hug. Lila and Eurydice, you can see that as well. You can also see, like, through the doorway that is currently open, like, Blossom's hair, like, frayed and all in a mess with, like, a club in her hand.
Like rollers in her hair.
Yeah, yeah. Very 90s grandma aesthetic, you know? And yeah, she, making eye contact with you and seeing the hug, she's going to be like, you can see Blossom kind of like go like, yes, by like pulling her fist down and then shut the door behind her. So then Nalfi and Twig, as the two of you are hugging, I don't know if the two of you wanted to say anything or if it was just a hug.
Nah, he's content with the hug right now.
Mm. Okay. Alrighty.
And he'll sleep on the floor.
Hell yeah. All right. I guess then Blossom would invite Keothi into her rooms. That way, neither one of the two of them are sleeping alone.
Well, I thought Blossom would come in and then you'd have like a little slumber party, but that's fine.
Somebody.
Yeah,
That's
get
okay.
Kyo in here too.
Come
Big
on.
old summer party.
I feel like Kyo would probably like hear the shenanigans and be like, "Wow, everyone's going in here. Let me come in too."
We can't have a restless sleep if the good vibes are this good.
Yeah.
Right.
So, with that, unless there's anything else,
One thing.
I knew it. Yes. What's up?
Lucky is on comfort duty, so
Oh,
he's
yeah.
gonna be the fluffiest thing he possibly. And if anyone wakes up from a nightmare, which is gonna happen, he's gonna go and he's gonna get them cuddles, and he is gonna
Oh.
try and help people.
Nice. The softest sheep that ever was. That just happens to be warm.
Yeah. Okay, that's it.
Doesn't smell like poop either. It's so nice.
Okay.
Because sheep, they're animals.
Wow.
Okay. So.
Telling me Lala smells like shit.
Well, the area around Lala does because obviously Lala's still got to poop.
SMH.
Oh man. All right. So with that, we have Lucky on comfy duty. We have our slumber party in one room and the other. We have our hugs. We have our love. We have our family. Is there anything else before all of you close your eyes for some sweet rest after an emotional day? Nope.
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 So with that, all of you head to bed, to sleep for the night. And even with all of the good energy at the end, you can see now why living in this town can wear down on people ever since this whole thing started. Because the nightmares still come. You snap out of them. You don't remember them, but they do wake you up. The pressure isn't as bad just because you know that you're in the room with your friends and those that love you. And you know that whatever happened in those nightmares is just that. They're not reality, they're not the truth. They're just something that someone is trying to use to get you to be afraid. With that, all of you do eventually rest, ready to face whatever comes the next morning. And then that is where we're going to end tonight's session. Yay!
Yes.
See, this makes up for the whole, damn it, Joe, we only had a 4-hour session last week. There you go. 5.5. Jesus.
Be
But
like
it
this
was
every
great.
week, yeah? How great was this?
Oh my god. It was a lot of fun. But see, listen, this session was so much more fun for me than last week's because I actually had prep done. God. I don't know if I told you that, Felicity and River. I had no prep last week. None.
Oh wow.
Nothing
No,
written
here you
down.
go. Moving forward, you drop everything in your life to prepare IELTS, and then we do 5.5 sessions every week. This seems like an easy solution. I see no
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, of course. All right. Well, thanks so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. I know I did. We will see you. So here's the thing. There's going to be no Ephera or Isles next Friday and Saturday because Kayla and I will both be gone at the Indiana State Thespian Conference. But there's a potential Silent Shields that'll be happening on Saturday. So we'll keep you posted for that. Make sure that if you are still watching, whether it be on YouTube, make sure that you join our, if I could spell right, our Discord. So that way you can get updates about those when they do come up, in case there's any changes to the scheduled things. So yeah, be sure to look out for that. We'll still have the Salamander Coast on Tuesday, and then not next weekend, but the weekend after, we'll be back to normal with our Friday and Saturday schedules. So thanks so much for watching, and we will see you on Tuesday.